Morning, David. Okay, let me just post this link and then I'll start quickly. I started late today. Just get my Twitter post out. It's amazing, that Daniel post. I'm just thinking about it today. Thinking, what a fucking idiot. Just can't believe it. He literally tweeted that. That's a pico top of this little move. It's just shocking. It's crazy, yeah. I'm just shocked. And I think about how perfect his timing was when he tweeted that. Here, right there. But you know that's not true because we've been in this group. It doesn't say anything different. You like to think so, but he doesn't really. Often what happens is he's like a rabbit in headlights at nighttime. He like freezes. He's very slow to update him. Okay. So just looking at this now. Head and shoulders, neckline test, broke down. It was, in hindsight, it was very easy to see. At the time, it was easy to see. Fundamentally, that was the failure here. I was expecting it to go up, and it didn't. It just crashed. You have a SR flip there. Let's go. Let's start from the top. Let me have a look at all of this stuff. The fact that we've SFP'd the previous week high and we're now trading down is ultra bearish, FYI. There's no recovery from this. I'm looking at it now. There's no way to recover from that candle right now, the way I'm looking at it. This candle has to be green. Today, this week's candle has to be green. Otherwise, this dragonfly doji becomes an extremely bearish candle in the lows. It's like a hammer. Yeah. Who knows where the resistance level is? Somewhere here, there's a resistance level. And what's happened is that this has to be a green candle. This week has to be a green candle. Yeah. Otherwise, this is an extremely bearish candle, and I can't see that happening. Look at this 3-day candle. That's an extremely bearish reversal right now. Extremely bearish. Look. Red, green. It's closed underneath 50% of this previous 3-day candle. Let me just quickly analyze it. There's no two ways of looking at this. This is extremely bearish. I just can't describe it any other way. Look, close underneath 50%. This is your 50% mark. So you've had a close underneath this level. Let me just keep an eye on that. This is the 3-day time frame. Let me do a volume range pull as well on this time frame. Close underneath the value area low. close underneath 50%. So you've closed outside of the previous candle range. Good morning, Gary Hardy. Gaza. Gaza. Like Gascoigne. Oh god, this is off the charts. Bearish. I can't tell you. I can't describe what I'm seeing right now, to be honest with you. I'm not seeing bullishness here. I'm seeing bearishness. You had a 3-day candle print, really bullish reversal, closed higher. But this current candle took the liquidity from the previous highs, and it's closed underneath the 50% mark and underneath the value area low of the previous candle. Like, and it hasn't cleared the liquidity yet from the previous candle. There's no reason to think that the liquidity isn't going to be taken. Yeah. Why would this candle stop now? This next 3-day candle isn't going to be green. Why would it be green? There's no reason for this next candle to be green. We've already come back up and tested the value area low. We're going down, basically. I can't see how we're green now. That would make no sense. You've just reversed half of the candle. This is going to go down and fill the bottom. And then we'll see. For the bulls, it looks really bad. Not bullish at all. The problem is the close. We had the close last night. It closed extremely bearish. You can't run away from the price. The price is telling us something. We have to follow it. You can't pretend that some price is bullish when the price is acting in bearishly. This is the 2-day candle. Liquidity from the top. Close lower. Bearish. It's a bearish engulfing reversal. How far are we from? We're not far away from the candle open. Close. Open. That's an engulfing reversal candle. See that? I don't think you can get more bearish than that. The only thing that can be more bearish than that is a confirmation, which we're about to get in 13 hours, unless this candle has the ability to close back above, I would say, at least 50%. At least. We'd have to basically close all the way up here for another push up. Yeah, because even if it was to close green, it'd be like a green hammer with a wick or some kind of dragonfly doji. It'd still be bearish because people would sell into that because it's a green candle. That's bearish. It's all looking really bearish right now. This is looking bearish. Let's have a look at this monthly candle. Well, it basically looks like we've taken the liquidity from, we've pushed all the way up to almost 50% of the monthly range. Let's have a look. Let's go back to the hell? Where's my yeah, we've gone all the way up to 50%. That's what you'd expect, almost. And looking at the previous month volume, why is it not drawing? It is, but I can't see it. So I've done the month drawing volume. Let me have a look on the daily now and see if I can see it. Oh. Oh, that's including the current month, so previous month and this month. I don't really want to do that. I want the previous month. That is the previous month. Perfect. Okay. So look, we're already underneath the value area low of the previous month. Okay, we've come up into the point of control of the previous month, lost it, lost the value area low. That's it. You don't want to see the price go up. That's your invalidation. That's your invalidation now. It's not a terrible invalidation. Look, it's not far. 61715. We're not far away from the previous month value area low. We've come in, we've lost it. There's no reason why the price is going to get back in now. You wouldn't expect the price to go back in if it's bearish, would you? See that? So let's just go by this value area now. Let's not get too distracted. This is really the line in the sand as far as the price action is concerned. You see, we've also SR flipped that level. Yeah, so there's a nice SR flip going. There's no reason to think the price is going to go up. Yeah. If it does, then you're back in. Okay, that's not a problem. That's actually quite easy. It's an easy trade, both long. And actually, this is a short setup right now because, I mean, it's a wide invalidation, but effectively that's where you're at because this is a higher time frame idea. We're looking at this at the monthly, on the monthly time frame. Yeah, we're looking at these candles. We're looking at these candles. We're going, what the hell? This is bearish. This isn't bullish. Yeah, could it be a bull trap? Of course it could. Always be a bull trap. Yeah, but you just don't know. Could it be a bear trap? Of course. Like, no one really knows what's going on. But you just look at the price, and the price is giving us some clues. We've already gone up. Now we're going down. This weekly candle this week has to close green. And to be honest with you, it has to close above the previous week high. That's your first confirmation of a reversal. The second one would be another green candle. At the very least, this has to close. At the very least, I think looking at it now, you wouldn't want it to close green. Yeah, because unless it was quite a strong close above that previous week. Yeah, so you could get another close, but then the problem is then you're looking at two dragonfly dojis, and that could be quite bearish too, to have 1, 2, the second one being decreasing volume, weaker dragonfly doji consecutively. People will sell into that again. You'll get another sell. Okay, so even if you have a green one, it wouldn't necessarily be good because you'll just give the bears another green candle to sell effectively. Okay, what you really need to do is a really strong push with increasing volume to clear this up. Yeah, and you're not going to get that until we go all the way down to lower prices, and even then it's too much of it. I can see it's a big distance to come back up. So I don't know if it's going to be easy to do. And if now we're creating bearishness, we're losing levels, we're losing value areas, we're losing important SR flips. How easy is it for the price to do this once more? We've already cleared the liquidity once. We're not going to clear it again to come back up. The reality is this SFP down here is going to be a blip. It's not going to be the same kind of reaction. It's just not realistic. Yeah, you've cleared the liquidity once. That was your final push. That was basically your relief rally, your last chance to get out. And now we're going down. That's what I'm seeing right now. I don't want to kind of be miserable, but it's what it looks like. It's terrible. I think the candles are giving me that clue. This 3-day candle closing underneath 50%, miserable. Taking liquidity from the highs, expected. This 2-day candle, you see we've had a bearish engulfing, taking the liquidities from the high. This is a bearish reversal pattern. After a bullish reversal, this is extremely bearish because we've had no continuation. Effectively, the bulls have failed to defend the move. Okay, what they've done is they've taken their profit, and you haven't had more continued bullish action to continue this. So we're seeing more bearishness here. Let me just have a look at different time ranges just in case I'm missing something. Again, look at that 5-day candle. This green dragonfly doji, it needs to be followed with a green candle, yeah, for continuation. Yeah, actually looking at this whole structure, this 5-day candle needs to close here. Red, inverse, hammer, nice big long bullish candle. This one has to close here to create this reversal pattern. Has to be a green candle, has to close there. Yeah, only then do bulls have a chance of continuing the buying, because they need order blocks to put their limit orders. You need a candle for that. Right now you're seeing 13 hours to go. Look at that. Look at that. It's a 5-day candle, 13 hours to go. This is extremely bearish. Look at that. It's not bullish at all. It's really bearish. Unbelievably bearish right now. This is the 10-day candle. This, you see this doji here? This next 10-day candle closes in 13 hours. It needs to be green. It has to be green. You can't have, otherwise this becomes a continuation candle for this downward price action. Yeah, you're just having, there's no greens, you know, there's no buying. It's just closing lower, closing over the 10-day period. Last 40 days you've just been closing lower, closing lower, closing lower, closing lower. The next one is going to close down here. Probably. Just looking at this price action, the next 10-day candle is going to be a drop, because we've cleared all of the liquidity from the highs. We've cleared the final liquidity was cleared. Unfortunately, you had the final buy up, which began this kind of V-shaped recovery idea. This was it. This was the final. This was literally the final liquidity of this whole range, and it's gone now. It's cleared. So we ended up with a failed auction. We ended up putting a higher high, and we've basically started losing levels. Yeah, when I imagined a V-shaped recovery, this wasn't it. Fortunately, I'll show you what I was thinking. And naturally, when I do my analysis, I create bullish and bearish ideas. I create both types of ideas, so I'm prepared for both scenarios. Yeah, I'm not looking at just bullish, I'm also looking at bearish, just in case it happens, because it can always happen. You know it can. I always say anything can happen with Bitcoin. Just because it's pumping doesn't mean it can't dump. Okay, this is what I was imagining. I was imagining a much less steeper, much less violent correction. I was imagining more of a gentle flag, really. I was looking for a flag. Okay, I didn't really want the price to go below this 382. I thought worst case scenario it could come to the 50%. But then yesterday I was telling everyone that I didn't like how fast the price was coming down. Yeah, I didn't like the steepness of the price. So the problem with the price coming down so quickly is momentum. Yeah, you just can't ignore momentum. The market needs to flatten momentum before it can go to reverse the price. So when you're looking at momentum, have a look. You see that? You see how the momentum has turned again, and you have to flatten momentum. The only way to flatten momentum is for the price to go down a little bit less steep, a bit more gently. Yeah. So you go have this really upward momentum push, and that momentum fizzled out. Really here, the price needs to go up to continue the momentum. Yeah. But it didn't actually. It fell down, and actually you reversed the momentum. That's really what is happening right now. Looking extremely bearish, not bullish at all. What I use for momentum actually really is the Bollinger Bands. For me, that's the best indicator for seeing if the price is going up or down. If the price wants to go up, it has to be in the top part of the Bollinger Band. Yeah, that's the easy way to see if the price is going up or down. Really easy. You can use it on any time frame. Very easy to see. If the price is in the bottom half of the Bollinger Band, it's not going up. Yeah, it's just not. The price has to be at the top to go up. It's just simple, really. Yeah, it's not rocket science. Look here when the price is going up. Yeah. Before the price went up, look where the price was. It was in the top part of the Bollinger Band. It was in the top half. See that? Yeah. The price can't go up if it's in the bottom half. Sure, it can go from the bottom half to the top half, but fundamentally to go up, it has to be in the top half and vice versa. If the price wants to go down, it has to be in the bottom half. You have to get into the bottom half first before the price can go down. So there is a transition when you're looking at the Bollinger Band and all the time frames between where the price is and where the price wants to go. And the midpoint is quite relevant, actually, when you think about it. When you're looking at the price action, you see the midpoint does play a part in the way the price moves. It's not easy to trade, but it does help with the bias. If you see the price is just skimming the bottom part of the Bollinger Band on every time frame, yeah, every single time frame, how can you be bullish? You know, you just can't. It's impossible. You see what's happening, just see it. Just see it for what it is. The reality is, and look, see on the 12-hour time frame, we haven't. Arguably, you could say we're going sideways. But I honestly think this was the last line of defense for the bulls. That was the last liquidity before the next level of liquidity, which is down here. That's the next area of support. But honestly, I'm just thinking, if the price does end up there, dude, why not lower? You know? Sure, we might get like a little kind of bounce, whatever. Who knows? But why not lower? Why stop there? Why is that suddenly going to hold the price up if we go down? Why not head for lower? Why wouldn't the price head for lower? This is how people think. They get greedy. They go, well, why should I buy at 52? I can buy lower. I can accumulate lower. And the other thing you're going to get is, and this is something I just want to prepare us for. I want to prepare everyone for this, so there's no surprise as to what is going to happen. The minute you make a lower low here, right there, the minute you make a lower low there, that will be a confirmation of bearish market structure change on a daily time frame. Yeah. This was the higher low. This was the higher high. Okay. This was the lower low. Is this the lower high? We won't know. The only way we'll know is if the price comes down here and makes another lower low. Guess what happens then? You have a confirmed market structure change from bullish to bearish. Okay, and you're going to get a lot of people sell, just bam, like that, straight sell. You'll get a big liquidation event. I probably think we'll get some kind of liquidation. Who knows? I don't know. I can't predict the future, but I think if we make a lower low here, you're going to get a large amount of basically anyone who's long from this whole up move will close their positions. Yeah. A lot of people who are higher time frame position traders, cyclical traders, are waiting for big moments like this to change their bias. Yeah, while you're holding bullish market structure, there's no need to get bearish. The minute you change it to bearish on the daily time frame, then you just close and you just wait for another change. Yeah, because you don't know, no one knows how far the price can go down if there's a market structure change. If you exit at 56, yeah, you're just exiting on the change to bearish. You could buy back down here, and this probably for me 44 is the level. Yeah, I've already explained why many times, and I'll explain again. I think if we correct, we're gonna overcorrect. Bitcoin never does things in halves, it always does things all in. And you know, if it goes up, it goes all up. If it goes down, it goes all down. And just looking at this whole, I mean, effectively that was your lower low, this is your lower high. That's really what's happening now, and the price is falling back. There's no reason to think that we're going back up. That, like, right now I can't see it. And I think if we wanted to go back up, we shouldn't have come back into this 12-hour candle. And I did talk about the 12-hour candle yesterday. Yeah. I tried to see if we could long and get back in. It didn't work. And to be honest with you, I should have been shorting, and that was my mistake yesterday. I know that I knew it was bearish. It's hard because you have this kind of overall bias, which is bullish, which I am. I'm still bullish, but actually, really, the candles have given us bearish clues. We closed into this 12-hour candle here. See that? I explained this yesterday's stream. See that 12-hour? It closed into the candle. It closed underneath that wick. That's bearish. The next 12-hour candle couldn't get back in, closed lower. The next 12-hour candle couldn't get back in, sold off, closed here. The next one, look at it already, it's closing lower. And actually in my yesterday's stream, if you remember, I said that we're probably going to fill this whole 12-hour candle all the way down to the bottom. The bottom of the candle is here. So the way I'm looking at the price action, that's where we're headed right now. It looks like it. There's no, look at it. It looks like we're going down. There's no support all the way down to there. That's your first area of support. The only reason that's your first area of support is because you've closed the volume gap that was created in this candle. So you'll get a little bit of a bounce there. It'll probably correspond with some other kind of levels that I don't know about, but I mean, I can have a look here and quickly see. There you go, golden pocket. There you go. Of course, you're going to get a bounce there. Close the candle gap into the golden pocket. You're going to get a little bounce. Still bearish. Just because you get a bounce of the golden pocket, it's still bearish. And let me tell you why it's bearish. It's bearish because of the speed at which the price is descending. It's coming down really quickly. This is not a gentle decline. You're getting increasing volume in this decline. You're not getting like a gentle, the price is just falling, trying to find a little bit of support before it continues. The sellers are diminishing. It's just waiting to correct before it goes up. This is aggressive selling. Yeah, this is what you're seeing. Actually, what we haven't seen yet is what is to come when people finally realize that the bull market is over. Literally. I hate to say it, but the bull market is finished. Look at it. It's just disgusting. I hate to be bearish, but what can I say? It's just, I can't see any positiveness. Look at that. Longs closing. Look at that. Longs closing. Longs closing. Look at those longs. Just closing. They're not even, look, these longs aren't even getting liquidated. They're just closing at market. Yeah. Do you see how the price is descending here to here? You see how the OI is going up? Guess what's happening? Shorts are entering. Yeah. You see how the price is descending? The OI is going up. Guess what's happening? People are shorting now. You can clearly see it. Yeah. We're starting to see a lot of shorts entering this market. in this descent. You see how the ROI is going up. Now you're getting people shorting. So everything is looking terribly bearish. I don't see any changes in that idea. I mean, arguably you could say the higher time frame, you've got bullish order flow because you've got higher time frame absorption in this overall range. That may be true. Yeah, there's clearly some kind of absorption in this overall range, but let me tell you something about this absorption. Higher time frame absorption you can't trade. You can only really trade local lower time frame absorption. Higher time frame can take a long time to play out, and you don't actually know where the price is going to settle. Danger Blaze or Danger Bays is saying, oh yes, let the shorts pile in at the range lows. Well, look, so going back to, honestly, once we break these lows, the shorts will pile in, because immediately what's going to happen is people will, we have a confirmed change market structure on the daily time frame. Something like that. I don't know how. I don't know how this is going to play out. Yeah. But you'll have a confirmed daily market structure bearish change. And what will happen is that people with longs will either close their longs or they'll take shorts to cover their longs. Okay. So you're going to get a lot of sell pressure here. You're going to get liquidations from people who are long in this range because they've put their stop loss there. But I think what I'm seeing now is in this overall range that we've been experiencing for the past couple of months, every little order block has been tapped. There's one last order block left. Yeah, if you can see it, it's here, the daily level here. That's literally the last line of defense for the bulls. But I don't think these people who are going to putting orders here are the type of people to hodl for the duration of the bull market. On the first bounce, they will take their profits, and that's game over. I think that's game over. Sorry. I'm sorry to be unenthusiastically unoptimistic about the price action. That's your last order block there. But the problem is this. The problem is that we're losing levels. Yeah, we've lost the value area low. That's bearish. We back tested it. That's bearish. We're back underneath key levels. I had this trend line. This one. I said if we lose this trend line, there's no hope really. The price needs to actually get back into that trend line. I thought possibly when it was coming back up, this was the last chance. You needed the price to come up there, then you could have probably longed there. Okay, but what's actually happened is an SR flip, rejection, and you're back underneath that trend line. The price is struggling to find support right now. You can clearly see the price action is struggling. There's no reason to think that this is going to go up. And I think what you have to understand is, I think people don't understand how the price moves. Once you understand how the price moves, it becomes a lot easier to realize why this is so bearish. Okay, the price can only go up with market buying. Yeah, think about that for a second. Market buying. So how do you get market buying? Shorts closing. Well, shorts wouldn't close here because this is looking bearish. This is actually where shorts are looking to open. Yeah, this isn't the right place for shorts to close. Shorts will probably close down here, somewhere down here. You know, that's where shorts are looking to close. So the price can only move if the shorts close or if people market buy. And no one is going to market buy this price action. Literally no one. No one is going to market buy. You don't actually need to market buy. You can just put limit orders because your orders will fill. The reason why your orders will fill is because people are market selling. Why are people market selling? Because they're closing their longs at market or they're shorting, you see? So at the moment, no one needs to market buy to fill their positions. They can just set limit orders because people are selling into their orders. So if you want a long, you don't market buy. You only market buy when no one is selling effectively and you need to fill your position. And so the two times where people market buy are when they want to get close their position, either because they want to take profit or because they want to close their shorts, or suddenly the price action has become bullish and they want to fill as quickly as possible and they want to fill large amounts of orders. And the only way to do it is with market buying, because at that moment the sentiment is bullish and no one is selling. So right now, no one is market buying. I just can't see why you would market buy here right now. It makes no sense. You wouldn't market buy. That's literally the only way to push the price up. If people don't understand that, how the market moves. Once you understand how the market moves, it's like the matrix. You kind of see the market slightly differently. Yeah, because you understand that the only way for the market, for this price now to go up, would be for a massive short to close or for a big long to market buy. And this is the wrong place. It's the wrong place to do it because you've just lost the level. You've just lost an SR flip. And I've got those single prints, which I had marked out, which I did on my live stream. And we're into this big single print, this one lower down. I've got a lot of single prints that are being filled. They're all being filled, surprisingly enough. We're into these lower ones, and I think we're probably going to fill all the way down to this one here. Danger Bays is saying still 22 days left in the monthly, heaps of time to recover. Monthly bottom wick is in. I can honestly say to you that I have no idea what's going to happen by the end of the month. But looking at the price action now, I think we're going down. It's left dead. I'm going to have a look at Slef. I can't tell you that we're going down or up, because you could also at the end of this month end up with a doji. So this is the other thing. Yeah, I don't see us going up. I don't see this month ending green, because we've already gone down first, taken the liquidity. Then you'd expect the price to rally to the top. Yeah, and you'd expect to continue. Like, that's what usually happens. The order of events are: you go down, you clear the liquidity, get everyone bearish, short squeeze all the way up to the top. Okay, what's actually happened is you've got everyone bullish to trap the bulls to go right back down. That's what's happening right now. And so while people are bullish, now they're getting a squeeze to the downside. And what you've actually done is what shouldn't have happened, which is that you've taken the liquidity. So there's no more liquidity left at the bottom of the monthly candles. Yeah. So actually what I'm seeing is really bearish. It's not bullish at all. I'm finding it very difficult to see how we get back up, because while you're focused on the monthly time frame, the intermediary time frames, the weekly, is giving me bearish vibes, like uber bearish vibes. Now we have to see how this weekly closes. Of course, if this weekly candle closes here, the next week could be a green, and we could start to reverse this exactly in the same way the price action reversed up here. You see here, if I can flip this, I can show you what I mean. How do I flip this? Let's just imagine this is a flip. This is an inverse, right? Let me get rid of these volume candles. You see this doji here. You put in this doji. Just imagine that doji is that green candle that we've put in. And then you see you come in here, you create this green candle, then this red one, and then the price can reverse, because what's effectively happened is, even though this doji has pushed out, the rest of the price action has failed, and so it's kind of gone down and around. So if you put that back into the context of where we are, yeah, you've got that doji. That green doji corresponds to this red doji. They kind of correspond, yeah. And effectively what you would need to happen is over the next 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks, 4 weeks, this is the first week, 1, 2, 3, 4, oops, 4, you're basically going to look for the price to not get below this wick low. I think that would be very important. I think not getting past this wick low is going to be the challenge now. Okay, I think if the minute you take this wick low, we're going down. And in the same way here, you see we weren't able to get past this wick high. You see it kind of went up and it rounded and it just dropped. I would be looking for the same kind of behavior. I'd be looking for the reversal here. I think this is the beginning of either a down move after this weak green candle, or the beginning of a reversal, which is going to take 3-4 weeks to play out. And the real test is going to be where this week closes. Does it close? First, I want to know if we take out the week low. With the way the price is moving, I think we probably will. Then I want to know where we close. Okay, because you don't necessarily want a weak close either. I think if after you take the low, I'm probably looking for the price action to close. I'm probably just looking at this now, for the price to go all the way down into this weekly level here. And maybe then you'll have a wick with a close underneath that candle. That's bearish. Yeah. Clear the liquidity, buy up, but still close underneath that candle. That's bearish. Then you'll be expecting continuation. That's a really bearish idea. I think a reversal idea would be just a straight weak close, either above that wick or even below that wick, because then the bulls have a chance to recover, but then you'd have to wait to see how the bulls respond. In the same way you had this green candle, it looked bullish, but actually it was bearish because you're not really able to close much higher or even go up higher. And so naturally the price reversed. It took a couple of weeks to play out. And so naturally you have to see how much sell pressure there is at the lows to create this kind of reversal. And it could lead into my idea. And really my ideas, like ideas are ideas, and we don't really know what's going to happen. But when I was contemplating this V-shaped recovery, you know, I described different situations, yeah. For V-shape, I described all of them really. A really bullish one, that's what we wanted to see really. That's the one that we wanted to see. This is the second one that we were looking at, because we took a new high. Now I want to see a really gentle correction, maybe a 3 drives. I was thinking 3 drives. That's not happened, so that's invalidated. That idea is completely gone, because it's just the price has been sold off too aggressively. And then the last idea is this. Look, is this, whatever, just going straight down. And actually look, it's going straight down. It really is going straight down. So I was prepared for this because I already imagined how the price could move if we saw a rejection. That was a Monday when I did that. And then the other, do I have any more V-shape ideas, or have I deleted them all? That's basically what we're experiencing, except we lost the trend line. You see that? Effectively, that's what we experienced. And so I had, and this is what I basically, we're losing that trend line. Yeah. And effectively, we needed the price to go up. You see, we needed the price to go up. That would have been bullish continuation, because you're making a lower low here, but you're actually going up to press the highs. So the bulls are still in control. And what we're experiencing now is a loss of an important trend line after creating a bearish reversal pattern in the highs. So while we might find support somewhere down here, don't think that this is bullish. Any support that we find here is not bullish. What you'd be looking to, what you need to see now is a slightly higher time frame bullish reversal pattern forming to give you the confidence that this is going from bearish to bullish. And we need to start reclaiming levels of resistance into support. Okay, that's what we need to see. And it's really easy to see, because strength is easy, because you can see reclaim levels, lost levels being reclaimed. I go over all the levels all the time, so if anyone's been watching my streams, it should be pretty much, it should be quite easy for you to know what levels need to be flipped back into support. You've got volume levels, and right now you see we've lost the value area low, so let's reclaim it. It's very easy to see. Let me just quickly update it just to see that there's no changes. Slightly lower. Let's reclaim the value area low. If you want to see bullishness, then you reclaim the value area low. Of course you do. That would be bullish. Reclaiming a lost level, that's bullish. So let's reclaim that. Looking at this structure, this head and shoulders, I think getting back into the neckline would be extremely bullish. You'd be invalidating a head and shoulders pattern. That'd be extremely bullish. Getting back into the value area low would be the first sign of bullishness. The second sign of bullishness, which would be extremely bullish, would be to invalidate this head and shoulders pattern. Yeah. And now we're talking. And now we're starting to look at a real recovery. After we're seeing such weakness, it's going to require strength. With the momentum now pushing now to the downside, and that's you're gonna need strength. You see that Bollinger Band? You see the way the price is pressing against the underside of the Bollinger Band? You see how the midpoint on the 4-hour time frame has clearly turned? Yeah, it's going to require strength to get back above that midpoint and start to flip the Bollinger Band around. It's going to require strength to do that. And the strength I'm talking about is the price going up. Yeah, the price action. I've just focused on the price and how it's moving and what the price needs to do to change this situation. The first thing the price needs to do is it needs to start flipping levels back into support. And it's right there. The value area low is right there. Danger Bays, you're asking me, do I see a inverse head and shoulders on the daily BTC? Inverse. Let me tell you something about head and shoulders patterns. They're usually topping or bottoming patterns, right? I do see what you're seeing here. 1, 2, 3. Usually these patterns are topping or bottoming patterns, yeah. And in the context of where we are, it would be very peculiar to have an inverse head and shoulders here on the daily time frame. I wouldn't necessarily not expect it on the lower time frame, but on the daily time frame, which is a high time frame, I think it's quite peculiar to see an inverse head and shoulders in the highs. Yeah, I'd really be expecting an inverse head and shoulders somewhere lower, where the price descended, and then it just, you know, after an extended run, and then it reversed, like on a daily time frame, which could take multiple, potentially weeks to form. Yeah, I find it very peculiar that we would form an inverse head and shoulders at the highs, and we're not really at the lows here. We're kind of mid-range as well. So if we were to lose the range low, which was there, and then kind of just did something like that, I think that would be more credible than to still be within the range and start forming an inverse head and shoulders. Yeah, does that make sense? I don't know if that makes sense, but you're talking about a reversal pattern that's very powerful. It really should come after a down move. You know, it shouldn't really be in a range bound. Mate, on a lower time frame, it's probable to see that, or possible to see that, but on this higher time frame, I think it's very unlikely. What you're seeing is a V-shaped recovery that's failing. Okay, that's really what we're seeing right now. We're seeing a failed V-shaped recovery. This was your head and shoulders pattern, this 1 hour time frame. I did highlight it yesterday. That was your neckline. That was the second test. That was the lower low, lower high, lower low, and the rest is just continuation of this idea. I didn't like the aggressiveness of the selling in yesterday's stream. I identified that. The one chance the bulls had to repair this was here. I thought they would, honestly. I didn't know. I was still feeling, I was bearish, but I was still contemplating a bullish idea. And my bullish idea, I'm very open about my ideas, and I'm happy to change them if things change. You know, I'm not looking to trap people. I'm not looking for exit liquidity like some people that we know. Daniel from Chart Champions. So I'm still thinking about this idea, A, B, C. I don't know though. I'm now like thinking to myself, wait a minute. Could we be in something even more complicated than I'm imagining? Because I'm counting these ABCs. We should be in the C now. And I wasn't thinking that we would come down so hard and so fast. I was thinking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Somewhere 3 drives to complete our C. Somewhere there. That's what I was thinking. That would be more, for me, that would be bullish. And in the context of this to that, it would make sense, you know, for an explosive move to the upside. This is where we're at now. Now, does that mean the 4 ends? I have no idea. Because this is the other thing you have to bear in mind. Maybe that WXY is an ABC. So, you know, corrective moves, they're ABCs. We could be forming an ABC, ABC, AB, whatever, C, wherever this ends. That could be your WXY. That could be your ABC, and you could be just repeating that pattern on a much higher time frame. So we could literally, we just don't know. We could be experiencing the first overall ABC for a bigger XYZ. Yeah, no one really knows how this is going to play out. You'd expect if this whole move was the X, you'd expect the next move to be, then we're talking about a zigzag now. That's the zigzag, that's the zig. Then maybe that's the next move, and then maybe that's the next, you know, we just don't know. Could we be seeing a much higher time frame XYZ correction, which is going to take us to the end of the summer? And this one here doesn't have to be up, could be flat, or very gently up, like a long drawn out whatever for a correction like that. And so it's a formation of ABCs to form XYZ. to form a much higher time frame XYZ. Like literally, we just don't know. This is what I'm saying. You don't really know the corrections it's over until you see the next wave begin, until you see the impulse begin. And you even after the impulse begins, you need to see continuation with market structure to confirm everything that you're thinking about. So the price action doesn't support a bullishness right now. Could the price come down here, fake everyone out, go down to 52, impulse away? I think it could, but I really would now like to see a really sharp drop. I don't want to see a slow grind down. I don't want to see a slow grind down. Yeah. What I really want to see now is a really fast drop. The quicker the better, really. And then I'd rather see then the price here do exactly the same as this for a quick short squeeze to the upside to begin our wave 4. Yeah, that is one idea that I'm thinking of. And it's hard to know. It's hard to know if that's going to play out, or it's hard to know if this whole move is going to be some kind of extended correction. Yeah, it's going to be a really long extended correction, and maybe the reason why it's going to be a long extended correction is because we had a really unbelievable pump to bring us out from 15k. Yeah, because we've already really had most of the move, and now we might see a massive correction. Gary saying, should I be covering my surf bag with a short? Yeah, I think you should definitely think about it. But just bear in mind, I would like to see a fast move down, but we might not see a fast move down. It might be painfully slow, and there might be a lot of it might you know, like, we just don't know how it's going to be. I think it's easier to go down quickly when you have these uninterrupted green candles. Once you get into like consolidation here, you start to see much more support form, and that's because that's naturally where people who are shorting will take profit. They take profit and market. And so of course the golden pocket here, this is the thing, you short at the wrong time or wrong place, and then the price comes up. You know, like, it's hard. You have to bear that in mind. So you almost need to try and short into resistance and not into support. You see, now we're coming back into support for the second time. We're into the 50% mark. So that's why we're getting a little bit of a reaction. So I don't think the price is just going to go down in a straight. It doesn't look like it wants to go down in a straight line. But we are losing levels. You can see that SR flip, SR flip. We're losing levels. Yeah, we're not until we start seeing levels reclaimed, all our alts are going to be destroyed basically, and we have to see strength return. Let me just quickly go and have a look at Slurf. I think Slurf has been extremely weak. I already explained that Slurf is leading in many ways. Again, we've put in a lower low. You can see that. You can see how weak Slurf was. There was like a really steep trend line forming here, which we've fallen behind it underneath it. So we're not seeing strength here. I've got this fib fan. We're into the lowest point, the 886. It found a little bit of support for a little bounce, and we basically, look, it rejected from the daily level. You see, so in terms of kind of where you're thinking about shorting, those are the good places. When you see like these wicks and these reactions into key horizontal levels, those are the good places to start covering. It's harder when you're looking at angled lines. It's a lot easier when you're looking at horizontal lines. Okay, so I don't know if the price is actually going to get back up there. I can't tell you. It's not easy to short the lows. It's a lot easier, even though it takes a bit of guts, a bit of bravery. It's a lot easier to short after the price is pumped, and then you see something like this, yeah, where you see a loss of a level after the price is pumped. It's a lot easier to short because you have a tight invalidation and the price is already pumped, so you're just shorting, and then a lot of longs end up closing at market, which pulls the price down after they see a reversal. It's a lot harder to short when you've already seen such big declines in price. But the problem is that if you can't short here and the price goes down all the way down to 19 cents, then then you're losing a lot of value, and you should cover. At the very least, you should try and cover some. You just need an invalidation when you're doing anything. You need to know when you're wrong, and I can't tell you to short in the lows. You just need to know when you're wrong. Maybe for the price to come back up to the daily level, but I can't tell you that you're going to be wrong, because the price because we're at the lows, the price can always do that and go back down. Yeah, because we're at the lows, the price can always do that. It's a trap. It captures liquidity. It liquidates late shorts to continue moving to the downside. Yeah, that's why it's so difficult to short at the lows of an extended move. Yeah, it's also difficult to long, but it's a lot easier to long if you see strength. That's why I say wait for strength. We were to see strength now and the price to go up here. You've got this really nice market structure, and then as the price pulls back, you have a really easy invalidation. You don't expect the price to come back down here to take up those lows, so it becomes a lot easier to long. And also it becomes easier to long because now shorts will start closing at market, which is how the price moves up. That's why it's easier to long, but you have to wait for strength to long. It's a lot harder to short, because how does the price move down? Well, the price will move down because longs are closing or shorts are entering. So I wouldn't say you're too late. I just think you have to wait for the right entry. And you see right now we're at the buy bit value area low. Let me just pull that. Like, I wouldn't short into support, and that's support for me. That's support, so I wouldn't short there. Even if looks like we're losing support, don't preempt the price. Let the price direct your view, your traffic, your bias. So I think as long as we're above the value area low, you wouldn't short. Also, you have these swing failure potentials here. See that? What you need to see happen is you need to see the price go down, take the liquidity, come right back up, find resistance, and then you'll have an entry. And the reason why you'll have an entry is because scalpers will take those longs and they'll take profit at the value area low. Okay, so there's a really easy scalping trade there. And you take the swing failure, probably the lowest one, and then you quickly take your profits. So scalpers will take that trade. 1 time out of 10 it will fail. 9 times out of 10 they'll be able to take profit there. Okay, and so it can be a very easy one-to-one trade, these swing failures, if you've got good execution. So you have to basically market long. You have to be really on it. You mark it long as the price comes back above that previous level. You risk your percentage, 1%, 0.5%, whatever. No fear. And then as the price comes up, you take your profit quickly. And you're basically trying to take your profit into the first area of resistance. And so naturally, if you clear liquidity from the lows, if you don't get a great reaction, if the only reaction you get is just some scalpers taking the longs and then taking the profit, effectively you could short here. You see a reaction on the if you see a reaction, you could short there. And the reason why is because you have an easy invalidation. What's the invalidation? Well, the invalidation is getting back above into the value area. Yeah. So if you're seeing continued weakness, you're not expecting the price to lose the value area and get back in. Yeah. If you see the price lose the value area and get back in, then you can close your short. You don't take much of a loss. It's a risk, isn't it? And then the worst case scenario is you get invalidated and you still lose it. Well, you could re-enter your short. You could re-enter that. You could re-enter your short. You might fail once or twice, but as long as you have a very line, it becomes a lot easier to trade. So you see how this daily level, you see how it, if someone was looking to short this, the first time it succeeded, the second time it failed and it found support, and then this third time it succeeded. Two shorts succeeded, but the first one got stopped out. The second one failed effectively, but the third one was a success. You see that? And so that's why it's as long as you have a really good risk to reward strategy, like good risk management, these horizontal lines are literally the best ones, because they're very easy to see how the price moves around them. So I wouldn't say you're too late, but I don't think it's a good idea to just jump in because you're feeling bearish or you're afraid. What you should think about is a planned trade or a planned action. And so therefore, in my mind, I don't necessarily want to lose this value area low. I think that's an important level. And I probably want to see the liquidity taken first to find resistance before thinking about shorting. I wouldn't just willy-nilly short here. Especially, you certainly wouldn't, even though the price action is weak, it's very weak, yeah. I wouldn't want to short seeing a swing failure. Yeah. And then the only other strategy I can think of would be to scale out on green candles on a periodic time frame, like pick a period, 4 hours, 2 hours, and at least then you're de-risking over a period of time. Honestly, I'm not expecting this. Nope. Oh my God, my mouse has gone a bit bizarre. I'm not expecting that. So you could potentially slowly scale out on green candles. At least then you're averaging out with or average covering out. Okay. So I'm not saying the price is going to crash to zero tomorrow. Like, I'm not saying it's going to fall to zero. Okay. I'm just saying that right now, and actually probably it's going to destroy everyone. And this is something Bitcoin loves to do. It loves to destroy. Look at the reaction there. Look at the green candle. You look at that, and your people are suddenly feeling bullish. They start buying, and then those people are going to get destroyed. And then people will see the lows and they start shorting, and then those people are going to get destroyed. It's really hard because you see the price going down, you feel bearish, and so you short, and then the price comes back up, you close your shorts, you feel bullish, and then you're long, and then the price goes back down, you close your shorts. It's literally trying to destroy you, literally. But the overall picture is very clear. You're losing levels. You're losing levels. Yeah. you're losing levels, you're falling down. And until that behavior changes, I'm talking about the overall behavior of the price, yeah, until you start reclaiming levels, this is bearish. It's just, you can't deny what we're seeing. We lost the 382. I thought the 382 was a good place for the price to reverse because it was also the value area low. I would take that long 10 times out of 10, knowing that I'm going to fail. One of those 10 times, or two of those 10 times are going to fail. Why would I not take a long at the value area low where it's lined up with the 382 after seeing a bullish V-shape expansion, looking for some sort of reversal pattern to go up? Of course I'm going to take that long, okay? But that's why you have an invalidation, yeah? Because if you buy and you're buying at a good time in a good place after you're seeing this price action, if you see the price fall, then you're invalidated. Now you have a really easy line in the sand to see strength returned to this market, okay? And so until I start seeing the price come back up there, find support, I'm not going to change my bias. I think I need to see that first, yeah? I'm not going to try and catch some kind of low here, hoping that this is the low. I'd rather wait for the price to do this to give me confidence that we're back above this lost level, and then I can start buying. And then if we fall back underneath, then I'm easily invalidated. I don't need to wait for here. I can just wait for this, for us to lose that level again. I can be invalidated much quicker. So I'm risking a lot less in my entry by waiting for the price to reclaim a lost level. And obviously I'm focused on that trend line a little bit. This one, it would require strength to get back above there, and I want to see that. I want to see strength, yeah? Just like down here, I wanted to see strength, yeah? I wasn't afraid of buying higher after I saw strength, yeah? If you see strength and you buy higher, I think my entry was somewhere here after we saw that first move back last Friday. Yeah, I did it live with you guys. Look how much it moved. It moved much. Look, it went up 5%, 6%. So you don't have to catch the Pico low. You just have to wait for strength. You just have to wait for that. And so I think a lot of people mistake or get into trouble because they're trying to catch a low, thinking that that's how they make money. But actually not really. You just have to wait for the strength to enter the market, and then you can buy support. So that's kind of what I'm looking for strength. It's still coming into the neckline of this head and shoulders, but at least you're seeing a reclaim of the value area low. You'd have to reclaim that, and you'd have to hold it for continuation. You really then want to push up to the next level. That's what I want to see for strength. And we are in weakness right now. There's no doubt about it. This is weak. This whole price action, this whole move is weak. The buying here is not market buying because people are bullish. The market buying here is people shorts taking profit. Guess what happens? They'll take profit and they'll start shorting again. That's what they do. That's what you do. You take profit, you short. You take profit, you short. You take, that's what, if people are shorting, that's what they're going to do. Then a lot of traders, they just short, they take profit. They wait for the price to come back up, they short, they take profit. And so you get this kind of fluctuation. It looks bullish, but it's not. And you see, look, this is for me, this is already looking quite bullish on the 30-minute time frame. Look at this. But it's not. It's not bullish. It's not bullish at all. Unfortunately, it's looking really bearish. I don't know if that's sunk into the wider market yet, actually. I don't think they realize how bearish this is looking right now. And it goes back to my tweet yesterday. I went over it in a live stream. That at exactly 9:44 a.m. on the 6th of May, Daniel from CC Pool Chart Champions posted that he was bullish, expecting higher. Here's this guy. It's really deceptive, you know, because he says he's called the market almost perfectly, etc. A few bad trades, hundreds of good calls, maybe. Another great call. He's saying he's bullish. Look, higher will come and remain bullish. So he posted that at 9:44 on the 6th of May. Right there. 9:44. Literally there. And we're 6.5% for Bitcoin. That's quite a lot, 6.5%. So I wonder if he's still bullish now, you know. I wonder if he's going to say, oh, sorry, you know. Do you know what the problem is? And because I was part of Chart Champions, so I know. The problem is, and honestly, their teaching is good. They're just really bad teachers. And then they're a little bit too confident and cocky, I think. Cocky is the word. The problem is, and this is what I experienced, this is why I left. Really, this is the real reason why I left. This guy would post an idea, and all it really was, when he posts stuff, it's just ideas. And then he would suddenly change his idea, like he would suddenly shift to short. He would suddenly take a short, and he wouldn't tell anyone until the price had already moved, yeah? And so what I saw with this guy, he's probably a nice guy. I've got nothing against him personally. But what I saw, and this was a very common behavior, he would say he's bullish and he's expecting higher, so everyone is longing, right? So he did that here. And then suddenly, like in the evening or a day later, he would go, oh, I'm in a short, by the way. By the way, I'm in a short. And he says, well, because the order flow suddenly became bearish, I had to change my analysis. But he only does it afterwards. He never did it at the same. He didn't go, oh my God, the price has dropped. I made a mistake, guys. This is now looking bearish. We shouldn't have taken those, lost those highs, etc., etc. And that was the problem. And then the other thing is, obviously, it's really suspicious that he's posting, like anyone who's reading this on Twitter, he's basically screwing people, basically, because literally anyone who's like, what most people don't know, they really don't know. They look at this guy, he's got a big following, he's got a lot of likes, they just assume that this guy knows what he's doing. He's got some like real interesting technical jargon that makes people fascinated by his analysis, and he's literally posting he's bullish right where the price goes down, you know. So you have to be really careful. You have to be really fucking careful. What the hell? Look at that. And what's interesting about that short is that I took that short and I posted that short. I did a live analysis. I said, this is a good short. Yeah. You have to be really careful with these guys out there, because they're going to get you really bullish. And all that we should really care about fundamentally when it comes to anything is just look at the price, see what the price is telling us. Yeah. And it's a combination of many things. It's a combination of levels. I like to use volume levels, and I like to use higher time frame liquidity levels. And then it's about whether the price is able to reclaim levels that are lost, or whether the price is losing levels that should be support. Yeah. And so the three types of levels that I'm always looking at are the volume levels, the fib levels, and my higher time frame liquidity. Literally, those are the only three that I'm really looking at. I'm not really looking at anything else that much. I don't care so much about the moving averages apart from seeing the momentum. Yeah, so I only use the moving averages for momentum. I don't really use them to determine future price action. And so you'll see when I do my analysis, it's always the same, really. I'm not hiding anything. Yeah, I'm looking at my fib levels. Fib is really important, just as important as anything else. Fib is really important. My higher time frame levels, this has got everything to do with the way the candles form on the higher time frame to create those squares and where people can put orders. And so those levels have become very important. Those levels have to be flipped. So when you create those levels, you have to flip them. And that's why I mark them off. The price just doesn't move through those levels without flipping them. So when you have a weekly level that was formed, we had a weekly level, you see that? It's now obviously traded through. But when you zoom in on the local time frame and you do a little bit of deep investigation into that level, yeah, you will see that actually what's interesting about that level is it actually ended up being the neckline of our head and shoulders. Yeah, and we had that level. Once the weekly candle formed, we had that level, and that level had to flip to become resistance. That's the flip. See that? And so naturally, if the price is able to flip the weekly level back into support, guess what happens? We're bullish. We can buy again, basically. That will be an ultimate confirmation of strength, because you've invalidated the head and shoulders pattern. You've come back into this higher range and you've flipped a higher time frame level back into support. That's what you want to see. You don't need to mess about with all of this shit here to buy. Like, I'm hoping for the lower, I'm trying to catch the lows. Just wait for strength. And so therefore the way to see strength is your fib levels, seeing how they're being reclaimed or held. And it's a lot harder. Like, if we're trying to long, you could obviously long every single fib level, like there or whatever, but it's a lot easier to long for the price to just reclaim the one that's slightly above. That'd be a lot easier. Yeah, you don't need to try and catch the lowest one. You can just wait for the price to reclaim the one that it's just lost. And so that's how you see strength and weakness. And so naturally, once you've put in this whole range, this move, obviously the first sign of weakness was losing the first fib level, which also corresponded in, it's like a little bit of an area of this weekly level. That was the first sign of real weakness. Lose that. Look, guess what? We lost another one. Maybe we lose another one. Who knows? Like, no one really knows, but that's what's happening right now. We're losing levels. You compound that idea with the higher time frame levels, like that weekly level. We have a daily level down here. It's a good place to buy, actually, looking at it. It's a 786. It's a daily level. So you got two levels of confluence there. If you find a third one, we could have a good trade on our hands. Let's have a look. Let's try and find a third confluence. So you see the value area low of this up move is here. So there's a little bit of confluence here too. So you see the golden pocket and this value area low. You've got two levels of confluence here, 1, 2. You've got two levels of confluence, 1, 2 here. What you want is 3. Okay. So if we can find one more level of confluence here, then you could have a good setup for a trade. And that's basically trading. You're just trying to find areas of interest where there's higher time frame levels of confluence between these levels, these different ideas, and then you could create a trade plan for where you're looking to take longs or shorts. And that's really David has to go out. All right, follow, like, subscribe. Damn, David's going to be asking me for the rest of the day, what did you say? So right now I'm just like, my biggest I'm tracking this trend line like a hawk. It's a little bit of an area, not so much an exact line. I think as long as the price is struggling to get back above that line, I'm gonna continue to think lower. I think if and when the price is able to kind of get back above that line, then I'll be thinking, okay, that's what I want to see first. Okay, that doesn't mean the price can't fall back down. Yeah, nothing. It doesn't mean that. It just means you want to see that first. If that happens, maybe we're in a more prolonged side range here rather than a continued down move. Maybe the price has to consolidate here before it decides what it wants to do. I think I mean, look, market structure is clearly bearish. You can see that we're putting higher lows, lower lows, lower highs. You see that we're forming lower lows. You can see that we're putting in lower highs. Yeah, you'd also want that to change as well. So you don't just want to see reclaiming of levels or lines, whether they're trend lines or horizontal. You want to also see us start putting in higher highs and higher lows. Okay, that idea begins on the lowest time frame. Yeah, so you go to like the 5-minute time frame, and you can start thinking about the market structure. That was your lower low. Lower high here. Lower low. Lower high. Lower low. So now that's our lower high. You see up there? So whatever happens here is irrelevant. Even if the price was able to get there, you know, you'd still be struggling to make a higher high. You'd still be in lower high territory. And then as soon as you go down and take out that low, you just have continuation of bearish market structure. You'd want the market structure on the 5-minute to change to bullish first, and you'd want a confirmation as well. So it's not enough to just put in a higher high. I think that's the safest way to be safe, is wait for a confirmation of 5-minute market structure. That gives you a long entry, but it doesn't necessarily mean the price is going to go up. This has to happen first. So if that's the high, what you need to see is you need to see the price get up there, make a higher high, put in a higher low, take out that high. Again, the same idea. That's your confirmation. And then you'll be looking to buy the pullback for a higher low, basically on some kind of support level like that. And you're buying a confirmed bullish market structure change on the 5-minute time frame into support on the pullback for continuation. You see, if this price action was to present itself, look what you're creating. You're creating an inverse head and shoulders. It's basically an inverse head and shoulders is doing what I'm saying. It's change of market structure. It's the reclaiming of a lost level. Yeah, it's the same idea. It's just that people see it in patterns, but they don't quite understand the why of how it happens. And so all it is a market structure change followed by a reclaim of a level with some kind of back test on an SR flip of a lost level. That's all it really is. Okay, and so you just have to wait for that. If we see that, guess what people are going to be doing right here when the price comes back down for a retest? They're going to be longing. Yeah, and it becomes an easy long because you have an easy invalidation, and it's all about the invalidation. You can have a tight one here, or you can have a little bit wider one there, but it doesn't really matter, because even if the trade doesn't succeed for whatever reason, as you come back underneath that level, the price will probably come back up to back test for continuation back down. So even if you are invalidated, you've got a really small risk here. You could always break out, exit, on a failed trade at, relatively speaking, break even if that was to happen. Yeah, if it doesn't go up, it continues to go down for whatever reason. Those are the best kinds of entry, because you're buying the right conditions, but you still get invalidated, but you're getting invalidated at the right place, because it gives you an exit without taking a big loss or a significant loss. That's kind of what you're looking for right now, and everything else is just chop and noise until you start seeing those changes that we need to see. That being said, the 5-minute time frame is the first place to see a change. That corresponds with every other time frame. You look at this time frame. This is the 30-minute time frame. That's your lower low. It's the same actually in the 30-minute time frame. That's your low low. You need to go back and take out that pivot. Now, if you look at the 4-hour time frame, I use the 4-hour time frame for higher time frame swing ideas. I'll use the 4-hour. You see in the 4-hour time frame, we've put in a higher high here. That's quite interesting. We've put in a higher high. This was the lower high, came all the way down to put in a lower low here, and it went all the way up in one go to put in a higher high. Yeah. But this is still not bullish. This is still not bullish because we haven't confirmed it. There's no confirmation. And we've only just put in a higher high. You still need to do exactly what I've said before. You need to put in a higher low somewhere. And then the price needs to go all the way back up, take out that high to put in a higher high. Okay. If you were to create that idea, you'd probably have a breakout. And then you're looking to buy the higher low on some kind of neckline horizontal back test for continuation of market structure change, which is bullish. Once it's confirmed, you're looking to buy effectively the first pullback. That's what you're looking for. The first pullback, you're looking for a higher low, as long as you don't lose important levels which you've reclaimed to move up. So at the moment, we're actually still in bearish 4-hour time frame market structure, and we've put in a higher high. And if the price is now going to slowly fall, however long it takes, and puts in a low here, that higher high suddenly becomes your lower high. So it goes from there to here to lower high to a new lower low. And guess what you have? You have continuation of bearish market structure on the 4-hour time frame. This is basically how the market works. And it's always a constant battle between buying and selling, between bearish and bullish sentiment. And effectively, the market can only move through market orders, buying shorts and longs at market. That's how it moves. Right now, if I was a bull, would I buy? And then it's the question you ask yourself: where would you want to buy if you're bullish? Like, what's the best place? Looking at this local price action, just looking at this whole move, I think the best place would have been basically where I was trying to buy yesterday. There, see that back test of this neckline, the 382. It's kind of the right place. Yeah, that's the right place to buy. And what you wanted to see is a short squeeze to pull the price right back up, invalidate that head and shoulders pattern, and even if you have another push down, hold support for continuation. That's what you wanted to see. That was the right place, and it was the right time. It just wasn't enough buy power. Effectively, the shorts weren't closing, and maybe there weren't enough buying. I don't know, can't answer that, but effectively it failed. Okay, and now we're underneath this trend line. You could totally short here, but you just need an invalidation. The problem is you'd have quite a wide invalidation. Like you'd have to mentally have a really tight invalidation. And I said before, these trend lines are very subjective, and they're more like areas. So it's like, it's hard. You think the trend line is broken, but maybe the trend line is more like this. It's more like a bit of a band. Yeah. And so it's hard to know when your short is invalidated if you're looking at a band of area. And so that's why I always say horizontals are the best, because they're not subjective. They're very definite. These fib lines, you can't, like, they're defined numbers, you know. There's no subjectivity in these numbers. Same with volume levels. It's not subjective. Of course you could use different exchanges, but I think all in all, Bybit inverse perpetuals gives the best figures in terms of volume levels, and it's not subjective. So it's important when you're doing your trading ideas of buying and selling to use levels which aren't subjective. The problem with trend lines is they're very subjective. And so while I'm looking at this and thinking to myself, we've lost it, therefore it's weak, I'm not going to myself, I can trade it now because that's a defined line, because it's not really, it's more of a band, because different people will use different pivots and different, like some people use the base of candles, some people use the last two candles, you know, different people use different lines. And that's why it's hard, because you don't have the whole market doing exactly the same thing at exactly the same time. When you're looking at fib levels, everyone is using the same numbers. Yeah. When you're using these higher time frame liquidity levels, everyone is using the same levels, you know. So that's why they're so powerful. Right now we're just kind of trying to figure out what we're doing. I think we're going down. I don't know. I think we're going down. It looks like it. Excuse me. For me, the biggest indicator yesterday was this 12-hour close. Closing into this body for me was very weak. That I didn't like that at all. I did say I didn't like it. You see, we're still on top of like support. I still longed. Doesn't mean I didn't long. I didn't like it. Really, I should have been trying to short at the weekly level. That would have been better. And actually, since we've been up here, I have been saying, really, you just need to short. So I almost, it's no big deal. You short, you long, you have invalidations, you know, you move to the next trade. But after you have an extended V shape, you're looking for a corrective move. And so therefore, it was always better to short. Now, I'm thinking to myself, it's hard because you've lost levels. But unless people short a market, the price won't go down. And so you need longs to close their positions. And we're still in a situation where people are still a little bit bullish, you know, and that's the problem. What we need is we need people to come really bearish, and then they're going to start shorting. And so they're looking at this and they're feeling quite hopeful, because a lot of people are going, the 50% mark is a really good place to buy it on a V shape. And for all intents and purposes it is, but not here. If we go up and come back down here, then this is the right place to buy. Yeah, let's get back above the trend line. Let's come down and clear the liquidity here again, if we can. I think that would be probably by Sunday. So if now we see the price go sideways a little bit, fail to go lower, could it go lower? Let's have a look. If the price now goes down to there, that's like the last line of defense. I think it's too much, to be honest with you. It'd be too hard to reverse that. But let's just say the price expands, buys back up. Yeah, I don't know. I can't see it. You need to get above there. Basically Wednesday. I'm not seeing it. No way, no. We're into the bottom of this Bollinger. Look at that. It's looking pretty miserable. Look at this midpoint. not good news. Look at the daily Bollinger. Let's have a look at that. Look at the daily. The daily midpoint is just, the price is struggling. Look at that. If that momentum now continues in the daily time frame, then we're going to have really bearish momentum now forming on the daily time frame. It's going to take a while to flatten that out to go back up. Whatever happens, there's going to be no bullish move until we get back above that level. Really, that's the level right now in the sand. That to get back above that weekly level is going to require immense strength. You kind of want it to close as well. You want a nice close back above that level. That's above the daily midpoint. It's above this weekly level. That's invalidating that head and shoulders pattern. It's only like $1,900 higher. I think if people are buying Bitcoin, why would they buy here? They just wait for up there, wouldn't they? Just kind of wait. If you're looking to buy Bitcoin, you just wait for that. And then if you're a trader, you're just looking for areas of confidence. Here would be quite good. This golden pocket, I think. This value area low. If there was a reaction, and then let's have a look. It's not easy to take these trades, I'll tell you that. But you really just want an entry, and that would be it. It's a swing failure. Bam. Right there. Literally, that's the trade. You'd have to take profit quite quickly. The problem with these trades is you're buying into resistance because you've lost levels. But if it comes down really fast, then there's a good chance that it will snap out really fast. So it all depends on the way the price comes down. If it comes down fast, that would probably be a swing failure. There would probably be a good place to take a scalp. If it comes down slow, I think there's a little bit of a gap here. You see this last low here? So I think the next time we make a low, we'll probably drop down quite quickly because you've got a bit of a gap here in the way the price moved. And I think that gap will fill quite quickly and it will just come back down to this little range here that's formed. For a little bounce. I'm not sure how far. You can get quite a good bounce actually off that, depending on how aggressive the selling was, the shorting was into that area. You might get like aggressive shorting there, which could squeeze. You get like a squeeze the late shorts. It could be a good long. People will be feeling bullish again, only to just come up and go back down. Right, let's see if that plays out. If you're looking to long higher up, then let's just start. I think the first sign of strength that I'm looking for is a reclaim of that level there, this 382. If we get that, back test it, maybe we could try and attack the weekly level. Then we're looking for some kind of reversal here with an easy invalidation. You could also go up, fail, and still find support on the 50% here. So you have to see how the price behaves. But this would be, for me, that would be better because I want to see strength now. I don't want to mess about with weakness. I'll be looking now to short into weakness. It's hard to short where the price is pumping like that. So I'd wait for weakness. Yeah, I wouldn't just blindly short like that. I'd probably be, yeah, it's hard. This is where the price is now. It's not going to be easy to short. So I wouldn't just short here. I wouldn't long here either. I'd do nothing. So David was asking me something. He wanted me to explain on live. Okay, so basically, this is the thing. So I'm in a bit of a dilemma about these Elliott waves. It's Thursday today, isn't it? Because I mean, the way I've been counting them, I'm expecting us to start our wave 4, and I knew that we were going to have a last kind of final drop just because of the way I've been counting these. So the way I've been going about this is A, B, C. I'm doing it from top to bottom. So if people are asking me how are you counting these, I'm not going too much detail into the lower time frame. I'm just going it from pivot to pivot, from top to bottom, or from bottom to top. You see here, it goes from top to bottom in one. That's the pivot. So that's your A. From bottom to the top, it's your B. From top to the bottom, that's your C. Bottom to top, that's A. Top to bottom, that's your B. Bottom to top, that's your C. So I was counting, you know, so I've been doing this on my stream. Top to bottom, that's A. Bottom to top, that was B. So now, so I have been expecting this last C. But the problem I have with this last C is the way the price is now correcting and how bearish it's starting to look. Yeah. And I'm not sure, and I don't know, no one really knows, but I'm not sure if we do see a continued breakdown and we lose this V shape and we put in a lower low here. Of course, I think possibly we could correct all the way down to this first area of consolidation here, which would be around 52 or so, 53. But I'm not sure if we're going to then start our snap up for the next impulsive move and that was it. I'm not sure. I don't know if that's what's going to happen, because that would make sense in terms of the count, because you're doing like I said, WXY, which is a combination of 3 ABCs. I just don't know if the market is ready for it. The sentiment of the market. I think everyone's feeling a little bit miserable. Yeah, a little bit bearish and not necessarily willing to buy. Just like, I think you're seeing slow accumulation, but we're not seeing that kind of FOMO, that kind of I need to buy because I'm going to miss out type of scenario. And maybe because the price is already overextended, and that's kind of what I'm thinking. I'm thinking, look how far the price has come up since the beginning of this move to the current level. The price on Bitcoin is already up 289%. Yeah. We are at the highs of this overall range. We have been seeing bullish absorption, but I am wondering if this is the first leg of a much deeper correction, a much more extended correction here. And I am wondering if we do go back down to this one here. You see this one here? So when it comes to Elliott waves, you put in the 1, you put in a 2. This 2 was an extended flat. See, A, B, C. It's an extended flat. It's quite a short correction. And then he had a really sharp impulse, which formed our 3. Now I'm wondering if we have a much more prolonged zigzag, a deep correction, which brings us all the way back to 1. I'm thinking that right now. I'm not sure if the market's ready to buy the price up. Yeah, of course we'd have to see what happens. Like, no one knows what's going to happen. Yeah, at this point, for all intents purposes, we could see a little bit of a, and this is kind of what you want to see. You want to see, I want to see how the price comes down here. Yeah, because while I'm thinking here, what if we suddenly get a crazy drop suddenly down here in one go? Yeah, until that happens, no one knows what could happen, but maybe that would be, you know, you could, like, if we suddenly saw this crazy drop, maybe then we're going to see the beginning. Yeah, the first impulse of the next wave. That's when the impulse really begins. I do want to see some kind of fast drop somewhere to create this idea where we can impulse and V-shape out. Okay, no worries, Gary. So I am just wondering how this is going to play out. If this was to continue the idea of the last kind of the ABC, XY, WXY to finish this correction, or it just kind of goes back to what I was also thinking is, I wonder if we have a much more kind of miserable correction, which is more prolonged. I don't know where this C ends. Let's just say for the sake of argument it ends here. Based on fib time, because this is quite nicely timed as well, which is interesting. Ending here, Tuesday, somewhere, Monday, Tuesday. And then you have another WXY, which is another combination of ABC, ABC, ABC. So effectively, your first zig is this. This is your zig. Right? Then you have your zigzag. And I'm really just making this shit up. So, but I'm just analyzing. I'm just like imagining what, and a possibility of the future. WXY. So again, it'll be timed to these, and that would be up actually. Look, so this is down, 2, 3. Then you'd have this up. How far does it go? Just trying to time this right. So there. Which would also be a combination of ABCs, ABC, ABC, ABC. So I don't know where or how, something like that. I don't know where it would come to. I've just made this up really. And then based on fib time again, something else like this much. I really have no idea. Kind of trying to line up on fib time. And also maybe on trend-based fibs. That'd be quite deep, actually. I wouldn't want it to go underneath 44. There. Something like that. Kind of doing a one-to-one, basically a one-to-one correction. A very deep zigzag going from the all-time high all the way down to 44k by thereabout September. This would be the last down correction, and the next corrections would be an ABC over multiple APCs in the upward direction. So not crazy bearish, yeah, not as bearish as maybe some people are imagining. And this is something that I'm thinking about. I'm going to take a very short break, maybe about 5 minutes. I'm going to restock on my tea, and then we're going to continue this analysis. If anyone's here, don't leave. Be back in 5 for continued BTC analysis. Okay, any questions, just drop it in the comments. Okay, I'm back. So RH, hi. So I'm actually thinking now, and who, like, just bear in mind that this is extremely speculative. I have no idea. Yeah, like no one really knows what's going to happen, and it's all speculative right now. For all intents purposes, this ABC, we could be seeing the final correction on this WXY for an impulsive move to the upside on Bitcoin. For all intents purposes, this could be it. We don't know where this is going to end. Yeah. No one really knows. I think it's very strange that we're correcting so deeply right now. Yeah, I think it's a little bit strange that we're losing levels right now. I think if the sentiment was bullish, if people were like, yeah, we're gonna go to the moon, buy, I'm not seeing that. I'm not seeing that on Twitter. I'm not seeing that anywhere, to be honest with you. And I'm not seeing that. I'm not seeing it in the price either. I'm not seeing that urgent anticipation, that expectation, that anxiousness for buying for higher prices. I'm not seeing that kind of behavior in the way the price is moving. Yeah, I'm not seeing buy, like people are trying to buy. They're trying to get good entries because they're built, I'm not seeing that kind of idea form in the price. I'm sometimes seeing these pumps, which are mostly manipulated by big players, and people catch it late thinking, yeah, this is it, and then I see the price fall back and give back literally all of the work, the gains that's done. So what I'm thinking is this. I'm thinking we do finish this correction. This is the WXY. Okay. And I don't want to say, I have no idea. Like, honestly, anything could change. And as things change, I'm going to be tracking those changes. I'll be looking for this final correction to be quite deep, to come all the way down to this 1.618, to shake out everyone, bearish market structure all the way down here. That's what I'm thinking right now, all the way down to I don't have to do this something. This is going to get people really bearish all the way down to here. That could be quite and then we start up, going up. Yeah. So you get people bearish, and then actually the price starts correcting back up. So you have a down correction. That's what we're experiencing now. ABC, ABC, ABC. So you have like a down part of the zigzag. Then you have this kind of prolonged A up part. That's about right. Okay. It'd be very weird to have this up part going down. But I mean, it could also happen. You could also have that idea. Like a flatter correction for continuation, for down continuation. You could totally have that continued idea. Where it's just like that. Okay. But I think what I'd be looking for is something else to see if this plays out. And that will basically correspond to some kind of alt season that we experience over the summer. And that's what I'm thinking. So I'm thinking if Bitcoin bottoms out here at about 53, 52, 54, no one really knows, but somewhere here, and it finds support, and then for the rest of the summer we start kind of gradually going up all the way to September, like that, and you're effectively creating the same kind of idea, like a really slow, miserable grind on BTC, like A, B, C, A, B, C, A, B, C, something like that. And that basically is alt season. That's what I'm thinking. That's alt season. So we have a whole summer of alt season. And why? Because basically Bitcoin is on support, or it looks like it's on support, and the price is going nowhere. And so usually RH, does that mean crypto is dead? I'm just trying to look, I'm just trying to contemplate something a little bit more, slightly different, because the thing is about this correction move now that we're having, we have to go up. Like if we want the wave 4-5 to complete, this would be the last drop for an impulsive move to the upside, and we're seeing higher prices. Yeah, I'm not seeing that right now in the way the price is behaving. I'm not seeing that kind of urgency. Does that make sense? I'm not seeing that kind of urgency yet, where people are like, and so maybe the price comes down, BTC bottoms there, and then we see a summer of altcoins. And basically over the summer, BTC is grinding up. Now this is what I don't know. This last bit, I have no idea. So while I have it potentially going down to lower prices, I have no idea how that would play out. But you'd still be looking for a continuation of the idea of this WXY. Yeah, so more corrections. Like it's really corrective. Do you just have something like this? Just like that? So all you're really doing is going back to take the liquidity from the original pivot that's been put, which we may see soon. And you have another ABC, ABC, ABC. Yeah, lots of ABCs. Effectively what we're seeing now just continues from low to high to low to high to low to high, and just continue that idea for the whole summer. And all you're doing is you're just coming back down to clear the liquidity to here. So you have a nice kind of summer uptrend, and then by the end of July to August we're going down. September, August, we're just going down all the way through to somewhere towards the end of September. We're just going down, and that's when we get the end of the correction towards the end of September, beginning of October, and that's when we start to move. Okay, now I don't know how deep that correction could go. Could it drop all the way down to, like, I'm thinking the lowest that I would expect it to go is 44k. Yeah, that's literally, for me, that's the line in the sand. 44k, that's the peak of wave 1 here. So I don't expect this wave 4 to drop underneath the wave 1. That's, for me, is the end game. I don't know how this would correct. I think possibly we have one last correction here to complete this Y, and then we're in a little bit of a summer uptrend. So everyone is bearish, and then suddenly the price is uptrending for the whole summer. But it's not impulsive. It's not going to be like the kind of crazy impulsive behavior that everyone's expecting. It's just going to reflect a cumulative behavior. So effectively, people just buying the dips, stacking sats, buying the dips, shorts getting squeezed, people feeling bearish with the price going up because people are buying the dips, and that goes on for the whole summer. That's when you have your alt season. Okay, so you have your kind of mini alt season 1, and then towards the end of the summer, well, actually not the end, yeah, end of July, we have another kind of bearishness. RH, you're asking what's below 44? Nothing really. I mean, you have a large consolidation range here that's going to act as support. Wave 1 was here. According to Elliott waves, wave 4 cannot come underneath 1. It's just a rule. Yeah. And so we know for a certainty that if this whole thing is doing what Elliott is doing, an Elliott wave 5 wave count, then the 4 can't come underneath the 1. It's a pretty prolonged correction, you know, when you're thinking about it. This whole correction is pretty prolonged. It's really bizarre. But this correction was quite long. But this was a kind of a more substantial correction between the 1, 2, 3. It's quite a long correction. I don't know if that's going to happen. The other thing that I'm thinking of, and this is something to bear in mind, okay? So while this is something that I'm thinking of, I'm also thinking of something else. And this is really going to hurt a lot of people. So it's good to just bear it in mind. We finish our correction here. With a massive drop. Bam, bam, bam. Sell, 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 sell. Right into this area of interest. Then we have a really poor wave 5. A really miserable wave 5. Okay. I think people are expecting bullish wave 5s. Maybe we have a miserable wave 5. Okay. That's always possible. Wave 5 doesn't have to be crazy bullish. It has to be impulsive. It doesn't have to be bullish. All right. In the sense that it takes us to higher prices. It's bullish in the sense that it's impulsive, but actually it's not crazy bullish. I've got it here somewhere. Yeah, wave 4 completely. That was wrong. Right, good. So what I'm thinking, if we do go down now a little bit faster, I'd like to go down a little bit faster now. Yeah, if that is your wave 5 4 complete. Where is my EW waves here? Have I lost them again? I think I need to clean my charts up again. Just can't find stuff. I've literally lost it. me just delete this, some of this stuff, because it's all irrelevant probably. These brush strokes. I needed that trend line. Right. That's my EW. There's my EW. All right. So you see, look, see, I'm thinking wave 4. If wave 4 actually does complete here, then this is something to bear in mind. Yeah, this could be your wave 5, just like that. And I don't think people, like, we're so bullish. You have to understand that your wave 5 doesn't have to be crazy. We've already had quite a bullish one. 2. Why is the 3 bigger? It doesn't have to be. It could be small. It doesn't have to be big. While people were expecting this to be bigger, or at least the same size, all we need to see for this wave 5 to complete is an impulse. We want to see impulsive behavior. And so if we come down here, there's no reason why we can't have a very short wave 5. We just need it to be impulsive. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, something like that. Something like that. And that's your wave 5. Now, normally you think, well, let's just go into some kind of important fib level, whatever, golden pocket, and maybe it will go to the golden pocket, or maybe it's just going to really get people really bullish, but only come up to like an 886 here. And then what you're actually beginning then is you have a wave 5 complete here, and then you begin your corrective, your summer correction, which is going to be some kind of ABC for the summer. Okay, and that will begin the next correction. So you've got your macro 1, 2, 3, and then you're looking for a 4, the summer of discontent, for a final 5. Yeah, so there's no reason to, I think the only way to know is if we have to see 5 waves, it has to come after, it would have to come after this last C is put in. Yeah, so this last C that's put in should be quite impulsive. Yeah, this final correction here should be quite a good place to buy. There should be quite a good bounce wherever this ends, simply because it could be the beginning of an impulsive move, and it will be the end, potentially end of this corrective move, this WXY. Yeah, so wherever this last one ends should be an impulsive, some kind of impulsive move, just because you've got bears and bulls buying at the same time. Yeah, no one is going to be bearish with this last pivot that's put in. You put in this last pivot, then you're going to have a nice move. And the question is, do you get an ABC or an 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? That's the question. Yeah, no one knows if the next move, the next buy will be a really nice buy. So wherever this lands, we're all looking to buy. We're not looking to sell. Wherever this lands, hopefully it lands all the way down here and everyone is bearish and you trap a ton of shorts here. Hopefully that's kind of what you want, but everyone is looking to buy. The reason you're looking to buy is because you're waiting for this WXY to complete. Now, it doesn't have to be here. It could just be a swing failure of this low. I think that's also possible. I think it's unusual, but it's impossible. And so you basically either, I'm not looking for, I am looking to take the low. I really want people to get bearish. Yeah, I think that's required. And so right now I don't know if people are bearish yet. I'm bearish, but I do want to see real bearishness. I want to see the price shorting into the lows because people are expecting lower. Ideally, you just want to change market structure here, get people really bearish. Okay. And once you change market structure here, that's your lower high. This will become your lower low. This will be a confirmed bearish market structure. Get everyone bearish here. Somewhere put in a pivot. I don't know if it's just going to be an ordinary swing failure. It could be. Or you don't know until it happens. Or much lower here. Just to kind of fill the gaps, etc. of this range and pick up as more liquidity. I think this would be more preferable because you're going to see a lot of people short down here. You see a lot of people short this low. Yeah, trying to push the price down, covering or whatever, shorting. Some people will take profit, and then maybe then we're going to see our first snap back up impulsive move. That won't be a sign of strength just yet. It would look like a sign of strength. You'd probably buy that because you'll be expecting some kind of, people will be expecting an impulsive move, and then also if you're also looking for an A, B, C corrective move, whatever happens, you're looking to buy, right? And so that would be a good place to buy potentially. You wouldn't expect the price to just go down. That's one thing you're not expecting. Oh shit, flipped, huh? What's happened? Suddenly my screen has gone to slurf. Is that a sign? Oh, I pressed the back button. That's one. If you get 5 waves here, 1, 2, oh, it's gone to blue. I've got demons in my computer. Do you get just an ABC? Yeah. If you get an ABC, then you're just looking for a continuation of this WXY idea. It will continue. You'll get ABC, 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 you know, like whatever. Yeah, you have like long, really lots of ABCs, lots of corrections, and you're basically continuing this idea that I've initiated, which is ABC, ABC, I don't know. ABC, ABC, ABC. You're just continuing that idea, but more prolonged, and it just has to kind of add up. So do you get this kind of prolonged, really prolonged correction? Possibly with the next leg being up, and then you're going to have another down, something like that. Obviously the timings are all wrong. It'll be much quicker. Or do we see this 5 wave complete here now? Possibly not take the highs. Everyone's going to be really bullish if you start seeing an impulsive move, but you only have to count the waves. It's not that difficult to count the waves. Maybe we just see a met wave 5 and it just comes back into the golden pocket. If this comes down to here and it just goes back into the golden pocket just to make a lower high. Yeah, lower high here. That will be the end of your wave 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's your 5 waves. Everyone's going to be super bullish to the moon. And yet you've just completed your wave 5. It's a wave 5. You've only just come up to clear some liquidity back into the golden pocket. Make a lower high. Yeah, don't make a higher high. And then you start a prolonged corrective move for the whole summer. This would have to be quite impulsive to get to that, to do that. 5 wave impulse up to there, somewhere there. And then you have an ABC correction. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we do have an ABC correction and it goes all the way down to here, then much lower. Yeah, this was a flat correction here. See that? That was quite flat. So that was the top of one. This was the top of one. One is there. And so technically, if this whole thing is your 3 up to there, that's your 3. Then a 4, I'd expect a more a deeper 4 and a more corrective 4. So potentially down there. I don't know how it would play out. There. Something like that. Don't know how it would work. Again, it has to be ABCs. Yeah, that's the thing you have to bear in mind. So even though I'm drawing straight lines, I am thinking ABC to there. Something like that. All the way to wherever, October, wherever we're aiming for. Right back into about 31k. That would be the 4 complete. And we'll have one last mega bullish rally pushing to whatever high numbers we can get. Okay, so it really depends what happens here. Now, this pretty much determines everything. This next little bit is basically going to determine a lot of things when it comes to the price action. A lot of things are going to be determined quite quickly, quite soon. I think if we do come down here, it'll be a good place to buy, just simply because you got bears and bulls buying at the same time. But bulls are buying for the wave 5 impulse. Bears are buying for the next corrective wave, which is the wave A, which is an up wave. You've got bears and bulls buying at the same time. It'd be a good, wherever this lands, it'd be a good place to buy. Yeah, everyone is buying, so just buy. Okay, so I think if it comes down to 53, 54, somewhere around there, that would be the best case scenario, because a lot of people will be shorting, and that's how we can get an impulse to the upside, which will be to trap those shorts. But you mustn't be afraid of the price dropping, because that's not how the price moves. The price doesn't just go down like that. It creates waves. And so naturally, this will be a good wave to buy, because you'll be looking to buy the wave A or the wave 1 of the next impulsive wave. But then we have to see if we end up with 5 waves, which would finish off this wave 3 idea, and you have a really poor, weak wave 5. That's what this would be, all the way up to the golden pocket. Or whether we have a really crazy 5, that will be it. That will be the final correction. You have this really crazy 5, and we'll know. We'll know because we'll see the impulses, yeah? If you see the first impulse just does that, then you'll know. We're counting. We see the first impulse power through the golden pocket, just keeps on going up and up and up and up into price discovery. Then, of course, we'll be expecting higher prices, because then you have a 2, a 3, 4, 5, yeah? So it all depends on what we see as we expand out of this little area of interest as we come down into it. Okay, a bit lower down, right? If we start seeing 5 waves, but they're just like waves, like weak waves, like not really impressive, we'll be looking at the order flow and trying to see how strong it is. If we see a very weak wave, 5 waves, then you'll be thinking, okay, wave 3 is complete, and it was it. That was the end. That was the end of the bullish waves, and you'll be looking for a prolonged correction. Then I think most people will be dumping their crypto, looking for lower. And if we are forming a deep zigzag back to test previous highs, then actually you'll be targeting about 31k in that because it's not going to go in a straight line. Yeah, and you could be seeing a prolonged 2-month from June to probably September, 2-month correction or more, probably the same distance as this correction here. You see how long this correction was? Probably the same length as that. That's what I'm thinking, actually. That's going to be a bit more in 2 months. Right through to December. Can you imagine? Rather than the price going up, the price is going down for 2 months. Again, the same idea. Lots of ABCs. Maybe XWY like this. Yeah. Could be anything really. And then you have your final mega impulse beginning somewhere towards the end of the year, which is going to be the last kind of 5 waves, which could actually, I mean, if this happens, if this plays out, you could actually have a final wave which actually does carry the whole year. You might not see a left extended, who knows? Like, this would actually be in some ways, this would actually be quite bullish, because you have this really prolonged correction and it's quite deep. Yeah, so there's a lot of people buying, there's a lot of anticipation, and then you could see this massive short squeeze which takes us to the moon, and then you have the FOMO and the pylon at the end. So there's a lot of things that are happening, right? And we just have to keep an eye on it. At the moment, the more I see the price action, the less and less bullish I'm becoming. And right now I'm just looking for strength. Yeah, it's looking quite good now, actually. Looking at the price action, it's looking quite good. And it still hasn't done what I need it to do for me to change my opinion. Yeah, it's trying to. You can see it's trying to. There's a little bit, look, see that? I've got my trend line, it's back above. That's why I said it's not a good idea to short. Yeah, on these kind of these lines, it's not, you don't just short willy-nilly thinking the price is going to go down. What you need to see, you need to see a rejection. So swing failures are always good to long or short if it's at the top. But what you're looking for, I'm looking for now, I think fundamentally what I'm looking for is some kind of market structure change. I already explained that. I want to see these highs taken. I want to see a low put in, and I want to see that high taken. Once I see a market structure change, I'll be looking to buy the first pullback onto some kind of higher time frame SR flip. I don't mind buying that rather than risking here, not knowing if the price is going up or down. That's kind of what I'm looking for right now. And at the moment, rather than look for a long, I might be thinking about shorting too. So the other thing is that if the price is coming up, it might be coming up here. Clear the liquidity here. Resistance. Going back down, that's actually a better short. You are putting a higher high, but you're clearing the liquidity there. The price is coming into resistance, and actually it's just rejecting. So you get a rejection there, and actually then if the price comes and makes a low, you've had that's a really good short to have. It's another trap, isn't it? It's a little bit of a trap. People get bullish because we're putting in a higher high, so they start longing, but there's no confirmation, and because there's no confirmation, they long, but actually they're getting trapped because now the price is trying to go down, and then they start selling at market, which pulls the price down. So I mean, technically that would be a better short if you get the right reaction, and if you have a swing failure of those highs. Okay, so I'll be more interested in a short on some kind of back test than a long. and you just need a really easy and obvious invalidation, and so it's always easier and obvious to use these higher time frame fib levels. There's no reason to think that the price is going to put a higher high here. That's the other thing to bear in mind. People always expect something and it never comes. You could get a lower high here, and it'd be very difficult to take that short unless you'll have really good risk management, because you'll get it validated quite quickly if you sell for a lower high, the price and your invalidation is really tight, you get a swing failure instead. So you probably need a slightly wider invalidation just in case you sell here and you don't get a swing failure. You get a swing failure. Yeah, it's always better to wait for your actual entry, which is a swing failure. Or here, looking at this price action now, a little bit of weakness. You could just wait for weakness. Weakness in the context of this price action would be either a rejection or just losing this kind of just kind of falling back, you know, not finding strength, you know. So right now you can see we're above the golden pocket of the local time frame, coming back underneath the golden pocket. The problem with these shorts is they're not really, you're shorting the lows, you know, but falling back underneath the golden pocket, not being able to get over the local value area high or point of control, that's quite weak. Falling back down, quite weak. Potentially then you'll be looking for a lower low here for continuation. And so we're in the right area to short. You just need an invalidation, really. That's important. Pretty bearish. It's bearish until it's not. So let's just wait, you know, like everything could change. The price could always get back up to higher prices. I think it's going to struggle, but I mean, who knows? There's a high volume node here. There will be resistance here as we come up. You know, you can clearly see it. So it's not looking great. I think what people, I don't know what people are expecting. They're expecting a fast move, a sharp move. This is the hardest one because this is like a slow bleed. It's not easy to short, and yet all of your altcoins are getting demolished. I'm looking at TRVL. It's getting demolished. Look, it's getting slaughtered. See that? TRVL is getting slaughtered. We've put in a lower low. Yeah. Am I selling? No, but I can't hide the facts of what I'm seeing. Yeah, I can't deny it. Bybit's leading, and we just put in a lower low. Is this bearish? No. This is what you need. What the bears needed was a lower low to begin or to initiate the change of market structure. It's still not bearish. Technically, that's your higher high. We're putting in a lower low now. That's obvious. So this was the previous higher low. That was the higher high. And now for the first time, we've put in a lower low. I mean, I did see it coming. I hoped that we had enough firepower to hold off. And it's hard because Bitcoin put in a lower low before Dtravel, before TRVL. And you're hoping that Bitcoin has the strength to recover, and it doesn't. And actually what we're experiencing here is Bitcoin. Yeah, it's got nothing. This is no reflection of Dtravel or TRVL. You have to consider that. In the future, this is going to explode, and everyone is going to be extremely dreamy. They're going to be really happy. I think that's all going to be in correlation with Bitcoin and what Bitcoin does, until eventually Dtravel and TRVL are able to break that correlation through continued app growth and development, and obviously the growth of the network, the real world network, and the continued application of their business, the business plan and the business model. Dtravel and TRVL is a long hold, you know, like if you think about any one of these big Web 2-esque companies, they didn't become overnight hits. It took time, you know, like Airbnb. Airbnb actually failed 3 times before it succeeded, and it was slow growth until it eventually started to pick up. Okay, so I think our growth has been really good. I don't think anyone should be stressing out if they bought higher up. I think the strategy has to be remain consistent. Dollar cost average, scale in over a long period of time, and continuously accumulate. Eventually you will catch the lows. You're going to catch the lows eventually if you keep on accumulating. Yeah. I don't know how far this is going to go. I think it's got largely to do with Bitcoin. I think whatever happens, we will see a rally, because what needs to happen with Bitcoin, and I don't know if people realize this, but Bitcoin dominance needs to top out. Okay. And so I'm keeping a very close track of Bitcoin dominance. Yeah. And I see we're very close. Yeah. We're very close to a major higher time frame resistance area. This is the weekly time frame. I've got golden pocket. I've got SR flip from this pivot here. I've got a higher time frame trend line. It's all kind of coming in at the same time. What we need is Bitcoin to hit that area of interest. Yeah. To find Bitcoin dominance needs to find resistance there. I've been expecting this for a while now, and it hasn't happened. And we need that kind of trigger. It can only happen if Bitcoin is going parabolic, or if Bitcoin is falling to fear. Yeah, this is the only 2 times or situations where Bitcoin can do this. And so now, in the context of what I'm seeing on Bitcoin, I am wondering if it's because Bitcoin wants to go down. I am wondering if that's what's going to happen. Maybe Bitcoin wants to go down and scare the living GBs out of the whole market. Make a lower low here. That's going to scare a lot of people. A lower low here is going to freak out the market, because you've just confirmed a bearish market structure on the daily time frame on Bitcoin. You might get a huge amount of selling here. Maybe this is the trigger. Losing this low is the trigger to changing to BTCD dominance, to becoming bullish, like ultra bullish, but actually just heading into this is resistance area that I have marked. Okay, I'm not expecting this resistance area to break anytime soon. It's a higher time frame. It's a multi-year higher time frame area of resistance with massive levels of confluence. Massive. Yeah, you have a higher time frame golden pocket, you have a higher time frame outer trend line, and you have a major SR flip, and also we've got volume gaps which would then also be filled. Yeah, up to that point the gap would be filled. So there's a massive resistance area here for Bitcoin dominance. I'm wondering if that coincides with Bitcoin finally dropping. I'm not sure when. And right now, just because I'm seeing a lot of weakness in the way Bitcoin is trying to recover from this failed auction, I am wondering if we do push lower and scare the living GBs out of the whole market, and go down to kind of the next area of interest, which is this little crop of consolidation here. That will be a really good place to buy, simply because I'm expecting this correction to this first set of corrections to be over, which is the final C, and it will either initiate the wave 1 or the next A. So you have the bears and the bulls buying at exactly the same time. Hopefully, I'm thinking that that may correlate with Bitcoin dominance hitting resistance at the same time, because that's a good time to buy when the market is afraid. And then maybe then we can then finally see some kind of alt season, and that's when ETH BTC will start driving the price. Maybe by then Bitcoin would have really feel like people are just waiting for Bitcoin to bottom out. That's really what's happening. I don't think the market feels that right now. I don't think the market feels like Bitcoin has bottomed out. Maybe what we need to do is fall down to this lower level and spend, either we impulse, which could work, or we spend the whole summer correcting, or if we impulse and then spend the whole summer correcting. Okay, who knows? But I don't think, I don't think it's bad news for altcoins, to be honest with you. I think it's actually almost good news. Almost good news. We literally just have to go up to there. I'm keeping an eye on it, because once we're there, I think Bitcoin dominance is topped out. Yeah. And while I have keen eyes on TRVL, in this whole down move, I've literally, selfishly, I've not been depressed at all. Selfishly, because I'm looking to buy a lot more. I still haven't been able to release the liquidity from a couple of property sales to do that. So while I've been bullish AF, I've also been deeply secretly, I've also been kind of crossing my fingers that we may see lower prices. It's for selfish reasons. I'm not really fussed, honestly. I'm not fussed. I'm a high time frame trader. I'm a position trader. I'm a cycle trader. Yeah. Even though this is looking, it's unfortunately looking a little bit bearish, unfortunately. I'm happy to buy the dip when I release that liquidity. I don't mind. Just looking at the price action now on the higher time frame, I'm not selling. Just bear that in mind. Yeah. So people might be thinking to sell. I don't think it's a good idea to sell so early on in the bull market. I think the strategy has to always be to accumulate the dips and just not to go crazy, not to be all in. It's not a good idea to be all in. It's always good to have capital on the side, and it's always good to rebalance your portfolio so that you're never all in. That's a constant exercise. Rebalancing your portfolio is a constant exercise, so you're never all in. So you always have dry powder for buying the dips in a bull market. I've already explained this. Effectively, what you're creating now is some kind of higher time frame inverse head and shoulders. Effectively, that's what we're creating. Again, these are just patterns. Patterns can easily be invalidated, and you have one idea and you lose that idea, and you have another idea and you lose that idea. These are all ideas. It's all speculation. Nothing changes with regards to the fundamentals of the project. I think the outer trend line of question, you have this one. This is obviously a very important outer trend line. I think if people are thinking about when is a good time to enter, you can obviously just wait for this trend line to break. If people don't want to catch the falling knife, you could wait for this outer trend line to break. There's potentially another outer trend line in play. So for those higher time frame higher time frame traders or investors, if you're thinking about when is the safest, like I've got a large amount of capital, when is the safest time to enter without the price going down? So a lot of people just want to catch it when the price starts to go up again. If you draw a line from 1.56 thereabouts to this latest pivot that's been put in, that's your outer trend line now. So it's basically from the all-time high. Basically from the all-time high, as you create pivots, Yeah, you see this was the first pivot, and as it broke, you see it price came back to the trend line. It still went down, but that was the signal for a change. Every time you're looking for a change, that's the change that you're looking for. The next change was here. Same pivot, same all-time high. You have the same kind of idea. You have it becomes resistance until it breaks and it finds support. That was the next change. And the next same pivot, same all-time high, you just move it to the next outer trend line. So you have this perpetual outer trend line. It's becoming less and less steep. So the less steeper it becomes, the better. And so eventually, you know, it's not going to be that steep. And so you obviously have a steep trend line now, and you have this outer trend line. The safest place to know that the price is going to now turn will be a break of the outer trend line, a little back test. Okay. And so naturally, we have to see how this price, where this price settles. I think this steep trend line is a little bit too steep for my liking. So I think eventually that will break quite quickly. I'm not sure when, but that will break quickly. And then we have to see, you know, we have to see how the price moves. Does it go sideways? Does it go down? Whatever happens, we have to break that outer trend line. That's what has to happen now. So you just, all you have to do is just take the all-time high. I'm using Bybit here, but it's basically the MEX all-time high at 1.56. Just mark it out. And you just take it to the pivot of the pivot that's been put in. That's your outer trend line. So that's at the moment, as far as TRVL is concerned, that's the most important line. Yeah, that line has to break before the price can go up, right? Eventually it will break. Eventually it will break, and that's how you'll know. And so while people are thinking to themselves, well, I don't want to catch falling prices, there's two strategies. You can either just ladder in at key intervals. You can buy red candles on a higher time frame, scaling in same amount, not really concerned about the price, just focusing on candles. Or you can just be patient and see how long it takes for this outer trend line to break. If it was to break in October, you'd be buying higher. If it was to break later in November, you'd be buying at about at the moment, in terms of, because this outer trend line is not very steep at the moment, whatever price that you're buying is going to be better than if we break this outer trend line sometime in November. You're still going to be getting a better price now. So for all intents purposes, it's still going to be better to buy dollar cost average in as the price drops, because this outer trend line isn't very steep. But eventually what you'll get is you'll get this outer trend line will break to go up, back test, and you'll start hitting higher prices quite easily. All right. I don't think we're in a situation now where people are feeling trapped, simply because a lot of the volume was at the lows. And I think most people in TRVL do have value on the side looking to accumulate. I think there's a lot of people who are interested in TRVL now are going to see this as a really amazing opportunity to buy. And I don't think there's that many tokens. Like, none of my tokens are in circulation, and a lot of my friends, none of their tokens are in circulation. None of Dtravel's tokens are in circulation, the foundation or the growth fund or the treasury. So the only tokens in circulation are relatively small, to be honest with you. And so eventually what will happen is that those tokens will be bought up, and there'll be less and less tokens in circulation, and they'll become extremely illiquid at these lower prices. Now, I think it's not a bad strategy if people are looking for strategies of building wealth while the price isn't looking to expand to the upside, is to create grid bots. That will add liquidity to the market, and it means you're still earning, and then when this outer trend line breaks, you can stop your grid bot. And so that might be quite a good strategy. You've got this outer trend line now. Yeah. I don't expect the price to go up without breaking that line. It's a little bit subjective, but they do work. And so now just pay attention to that. And obviously, as you can see, we're losing this 236. This is the first time we closed underneath the 236 on a 3-day time frame. We haven't back tested it yet. So for all intents purposes, you could see a buy up too. But either way, I think you've got this outer trend line which needs to break. Whatever forms here, as long as we don't go down and make a new all-time low, I think we're getting ourselves prepped for some kind of I don't know what to say, but I mean, again, it's like one idea goes. I had this Adam and Eve to begin with, which obviously didn't work. It almost worked, but it didn't work because we couldn't get back to the neckline and we couldn't break it to find support on it. You have this Wyckoff accumulation idea. For all intents purposes, that's failed as well. So simply because we're losing this this LPS. I don't know if it's failed or if it wasn't ready. The price wasn't ready. I don't know. I can't answer that. Maybe Bitcoin has something to do with it. Maybe this is a little fake out and we do get back above the LPS quite quickly. Who knows? It's not easy. But then again, you go from one idea to another idea to some other idea. I'm not expecting all-time lows. I'm not expecting that. So I am expecting some kind of, if we do have a summer of down, then I'm expecting a rounding bottom. Or if Bitcoin does finally dump, as I might be thinking now in my mind, I might be thinking we might get one final dump, then I'll be looking for BTCD to hit my area of interest when it comes to resistance, and then all eyes will be on altcoins. Yeah, it'll be very different to what people expect, huh? And it will start with ETH BTC pumping. So we have to keep an eye on ETH BTC. If Bitcoin dominance tops out and ETH BTC pumping starts pumping, then that's also going to be very good for altcoins. It's going to be very different. It'll just be Bitcoin is going nowhere. The market wants to have fun. Yeah, like the market isn't depressed. It's just now it wants to have fun. And what you'll get in that situation, when ETH BTC starts pumping against BTC and Bitcoin goes nowhere, goes sideways, you're going to see a situation where altcoins will start pumping too. Yeah, they'll follow ETH. And so while it's looking bearish, and it's looking bearish because the price is following Bitcoin, the minute you start seeing ETH BTC moving, then for altcoins everything changes. BTC can do whatever then. For 1 or 2 months, BTC can do nothing. No one really cares because all the attention will be on altcoins and ETH and all the altcoins. Okay, and so that's also possible. No one can predict if and when that will happen. So I think for people who are thinking this is over and I should sell, just beware. There's certain circumstances where actually this might be the beginning. And this is the final shakeout. I think this is potentially the final shakeout, but I do want to see certain things happen, and I do want to see Bitcoin dominance top out. I really want to see that to happen. Yeah, I'm not seeing it right now. That's gonna change our fear meter down to a few notches. Look, it's only another 6% up. Let's see that final push on Bitcoin dominance. Get the market really scared. Altcoins will be at their lowest, and then that will be the best, literally the best time to snap up your altcoins. I'm hoping it doesn't happen soon because I want to be able to buy that dip, and that will be the best place to buy altcoins. Yeah, this is literally going to be the best place, right? So just keep that in mind. I don't have great news, but I think it's great because I think a lot of people are looking at TRVL. And while most people are positioned in and they're thinking, we were all thinking together, hopefully Bitcoin can go up and we can go up with Bitcoin. Now, maybe people are thinking to themselves, well, look, I could buy more. I could buy it cheaper. You know, that's what people are thinking. So it's just something to bear in mind. It's not just TRVL. There's a lot of altcoins that could be good. You know, I've got a lot of altcoins on the list. They're all pretty. They all have a lot of up potential. You know, when I'm going to start analyzing all of them one by one. I've got this analyzed list. I'm going to go through all of them and look for the best entries. Hopefully then, when it comes to the moment where I think it's going to be the best time to buy alts, which is here, then we can just quick fire through all of them and see which ones have the best setups. So I'm just really being patient here. I've already told people you should never be 100% in crypto. It's never a good idea. And if you're not 100% in crypto, then you're feeling good, because you're really looking to buy that big dip, that really crazy dip. Doesn't mean, and the thing is, like, people are trading, they're trading their alts or whatever, they're panicking, they're selling, whatever, and they panic. It's not a good strategy. It's always in a bull market. The best strategy is to buy the big dips. Just keep on accumulating the big dips and try and exit in euphoria at once, or scale out in euphoria. Yeah, that's really, in a bull market, in a Bitcoin bull market, yeah, those are the people who made the most money. The people who would just keep on accumulating, keep on dollar cost averaging in, keep on buying. But the only way to keep on buying is to never be 100% in. That's the hardest part, because you have to, you can't be greedy to have that kind of attitude. Yeah. And so when you're not 100% in, when you know that most of your capital is out of crypto, and then you don't really have a problem with the dips, because it just means that you can buy at really good prices. It becomes very difficult when you're all in, because then you've got no capital for the dips. And so naturally, if people have that kind of all-in mentality, then it becomes extremely important to take profit when prices pump. Otherwise, you're never going to have enough powder for the dips. And then, you know, like, I'm still waiting for this to happen. So I honestly, like, I'm really sorry if people are buying because they're listening to me and they feel like I've let them down. I apologize. It's a battle. It's a battle between supply and demand. You know, it could flip any which way. You know, the volume isn't that high. It's not difficult. Look, it's only 2.2 million. It's not that much. The last 3 days, it's really not that much. Yeah, it's not hard for a bullish community to defend that volume, to be honest with you. We're not there yet. It's obvious that we're not there yet, and I'm doing my best to build that kind of collective movement who has the same vision as I have, which is taking down Airbnb, and for Dtravel DAO to become a global mammoth when it comes to the future of travel, decentralized travel. I have that vision, and I'll continue talking about that, and eventually we can have a lot of people who have the same kind of idea. And it's a DAO, you know, it's the future of the world will be run by these kinds of DAOs. I think that's kind of my imagination of the future, and we're just right at the beginning of that journey. And so obviously it's really not much volume, like literally not even a millionaire. You don't have to be a millionaire to buy that up, to be honest, if someone really wanted to. And so right now we're not there yet. Like, psychologically, we're not there yet. And in terms of all the people that we have gathered, we're still not there yet. I think it will come in time. I see this as a really good opportunity for people who haven't positioned into TRVL. I think this is a really great opportunity to buy the dip. Wait for Bitcoin to really flatten out. Now that I'm seeing TRVL drop, I don't think there's a rush. Yeah, I'm not asking people now to catch falling knives. I think it's a mistake. Yeah. While I don't want to see the price decrease, I think now that we've lost the low, just let the price figure itself out now. Yeah, you don't need to catch a falling knife now thinking that you've missed it. You're going to miss it. it's a terrible idea to sell, even though the price could go down. I always think it's bad idea to sell the lows. So I think the best strategy would be to just be patient, let the price settle, let the price figure itself out, and then once you get some kind of time, if you're looking to buy, I've already said this in the past, the best times to buy, if you're looking to take a stab out of this token, look for rounding bottoms. Okay, if you can find a rounding bottom, you might be looking, that might be a good indication of where the price, if you see where the price turns, you're seeing rounding bottoms, that's usually where the price turns. So I've explained this before, there's lots of rounding bottoms. That's a good place to see where the price is turning. Doesn't always mean the price is going up. You see here is a little bit of a rounding bottom, the price went up and then it went down. But you don't want to buy like here thinking the price is going to go up when actually it goes down. Yeah, what you're looking for is a rounding bottom. That's literally the best time to buy. Doesn't mean it can't go down further, but just wait for it to settle. Yeah, don't just try and catch a falling knife. Let the price figure itself out. Yeah, the price will eventually find support. Eventually the price will find the balance or an equilibrium in the market where there's no more selling and there's more buying. Yeah, and you just have to allow that to happen. I don't think it's a good idea to sell. Even if you make money here, I don't think it's a good idea. I just think it's a really bad idea. I think the strategy, if you're selling at 5 cents, I think your strategy's been all wrong. Yeah. If people sold at 12 cents or 9 cents, that made sense. Yeah. But now to sell when you've just come to 5 cents after you've not sold all of those higher prices, it makes no sense. That's really you're going to get yourself into trouble, because you end up selling the lows, not knowing when to buy back, and then one time the price goes up immediately while you're asleep probably, and you're not sure what to do now. Do you buy back higher? Do you FOMO back in? You end up buying back higher, and then guess what happens next week? The price is right back down. Like, it's not a good strategy to chase the price and preempt the price thinking that the price is going down, therefore it's going down or whatever. Yeah, it's really a bad plan. It's better to plan these things in advance. So if you were thinking about selling because you had no side capital, then really the pumps were when you should have been doing it. And I've always said from the beginning of all my streams, I said it's always a good idea to take a little bit of profit so that you've got money for the side. I think as a collective, we need to have that mentality because it allows us to defend the lows as we're trying to create bullish market structure or continue with bullish market structure. Now that we're starting to see the price descend, you just have to allow the price to settle. Eventually it will settle. Yeah, I don't know where. Yeah, I have no idea where. It's largely to do with Bitcoin. Everything that we're experiencing now is largely to do with Bitcoin, and we just have to see what happens, right? And so it's hard to do technical analysis that applies with an illiquid token. Looking at the price action, I can clearly see that there's a high volume node at roughly about 3.1 cents or 3 cents. It's going to be the best. Honestly, that's going to be the best place to buy if you get that opportunity. About 3.1 cents. If suddenly the price dropped tomorrow and you're back at 3 cents, I think you can confidently buy that and not even think about it. Yeah, that's a really good price. When you look at the overall range, that's a high volume node of the overall range. While on Bybit, the point of control moved up. That's probably the next place that you can get big enter, and that will probably shift the point of control back down, which would be a bullish idea. Maybe that will be as far as we get in this down move. If that was to happen, that invalidates my Elliott wave count here. Yeah, you'd need to defend probably, I'm not sure exactly which low. Maybe that's the low, one of these lows, probably this one. It's about 3.1 cents. I had it starting up higher, but in all fairness, this initiation would work too, because when I did my Elliott waves, the only condition is that the 2 doesn't come underneath the 1. So that's the 4 doesn't come underneath the 1. That could be it could start there. That could be possible too. So you have a 1 ABC. That would be the 1 ABC, 2 to 3, down to the 4. That would apply as well. So for this Elliott wave count to be valid, the only condition is that the price can't come underneath the 0, which would be at 3.1 cents. That's the only condition. So technically, this corrective move, technically it could come all the way here and you'd still be looking at a valid count, right? If you come underneath that point, then you have to reset the whole count. This whole count is scrubbed, and we'll be looking for the next impulsive wave to start counting again. I'll still expecting 5 waves. It will just shape out differently. It'll be a bit quicker probably, or something else will happen. So right now, just looking at the price action, I think that will be a really strong level to buy. I'm really not expecting the price to go down below 3.2, 3.3. And personally, I wouldn't be troubled if it did get down that far, because I can pretty much, at that price, I could probably quadruple my bag. Probably. I really wouldn't be worried. Yeah. I really wouldn't be fussed. It's a shame, because it just means that certain people are able to take bigger, more, like I want everyone to do well. Like I think everyone, I don't just want 1 or 2 people to hog up all the tokens. I think everyone should be buying, but we need to get the word out. I don't necessarily think it's going to happen either. I think this is just like worst case scenario. I think it's more likely than not the price will just find support a little bit higher up. Looking at this whole move, actually just contemplating this move here all the way to 1, we are coming into the golden pocket now. Yeah. And then also you've got this 786, which lines up really nicely with these highs here. It's very possible that we find support in the golden pocket here. So actually you get a little bit of a fake out to the downside, like here, like we had here. You see here, we had this little fake out and the price was brought back up. We might get exactly the same thing here, little fake out, and then someone who has a large amount of capital looking to pick this up just market buys and the price just goes right back up. A little bit of a failed auction, could see that. Yeah. And then, or we have a little bit of a continuation, and this would be a really good entrance as well at about 4 cents. Back top of this level, it's a 786, basically the bottom of this range, this whole range, basically the bottom of this range now that we're in. Again, you could get exactly the same situation. You could get someone who's looking to buy a large amount, who's maybe taking profit at the highs. They have a large amount of capital. They're looking for a good entry. They're waiting for Bitcoin to flatten out, and then they're just going to market buy. Yeah, so that's why I think it's quite risky to sell at these prices. Yeah, that's the only reason why. I think it would be like, honestly, it feels like you'd be selling here as the price was coming down and lost this low. You could have sold at 3.4, 3.3, 3.2, even here at 3.1, and then all it took was for one day the price to go back up from 3.2 all the way up to 3.1, 4.1, you know, and then the price didn't come back down to where people maybe sold. Yeah, and that's the only reason it's not a good idea to sell in the lows, because you could get trapped and then you don't have a plan to re-enter. Like, people don't put stop market orders, they don't have invalidations, and so naturally when the price reverses and goes above their point of exit, they don't jump back in, and therefore they feel they're out of the market or they're out of position. Definitely not a good idea to sell into support as the price is trying to find support. It's just better to wait and let the price find support. It will, eventually it will. And so I'm not advocating now. We've lost the low. I'm not saying people need to limit or try and limit order. Just wait, just let the price settle, let it find support. Once you see the price is finding support, yeah, effectively what's happening now is a lot of people are panic selling. They're scared, or whatever, I don't know. And let that finish, and you'll end up with diamond hands. That's all. You just end up with diamond hands. The good thing about this, in a really bizarre way, I don't think it's good, but in a really bizarre way, there's no derivatives, so you're not getting manipulation in this market. You're not getting shorts piling on to push the price down to destroy diamond hands, or you're not getting that kind of behavior. So in a bizarre sense, while it's harder to go up, it's also harder to go down when you don't have that kind of bearish short behavior where you get the whole market shorting, and there's no respite. With that kind of behavior, you'd probably see much lower prices. If that was to happen, we'd probably be at 1 cent by next month if we were able to short. So that's almost a respite. Let me have a look at TRVL BTC. Yeah, it's a hard one really, because we're coming into levels of support in terms of volume at the lows here. But if Bitcoin continues to behave the way it's continuing, it is possible that we lose and come back down into this volume area here. That's underneath the value area. Then what would need to happen is an injection of volume here to move the value area down a bit lower again, and then move the point of control lower. That would be what I'd be looking for. I wouldn't be looking for a lower low here. I'd be looking for some kind of higher low for a continuation to the upside. But also, we just have to, again, it's the same thing. You just have to let this play out. There's no reason to catch a falling knife when you see that people are panic selling into a low liquid environment. Yeah, let them sell. Let these people panic sell for a few weeks or a few days. The tick is going to be going down, and then you'll be thinking to yourself, oh my god, I've lost all this value. You haven't lost anything. It's all unrealized gains. Yeah. And for most people who are following me, they've got the same idea. We're going to sell into euphoria at the end of the Bitcoin bull market. Euphoria is what we want. We basically want Dtravel to be on the mass media as an Airbnb killer. Once you start seeing the mass media talk, once you see Bloomberg whatever talk about Dtravel, you can start selling. That's a good time to start selling. When you start seeing the mass media pick up on this Web3 Airbnb killer, where you start seeing on the Telegram every day 1,000 new hosts, 500,000 new hosts spamming, you can think about scaling out a little bit. And you know the people have heard about it, and the timing is right, and the mass media and the mainstream media has picked up on Dtravel and what we're doing. Then you can start thinking about scaling out again. You know, so the great thing about TRVL is no one really knows about it. That's the best time to buy. Best time to buy. You don't really want to buy into something when everyone already knows, because it's already done most of its gains. That's really the rule. That's really the rule. Let me quickly have a look at some other things. Let me just have a look at Bitcoin to see what it's saying. Yeah, it's miserable. You see that? Miserable. Very miserable. Look at that. I mean, I can't make this up. I'm not trying to scare people. I'm just seeing really bearish price action, right? I don't want to scare people. It's a hard one, huh? It's not easy. It's really not easy knowing what to do. Look, it came back into the daily level. Gary, you see that was a place to short. Not to say that the price can't come back up and fake out again, but that's the kind, those are the areas where you're looking to scale out a little bit, if you're looking to scale out or take a little short. But the higher time frame is better. That was a good place because it was daily close from yesterday. It was above it actually. We are into some kind of support here on Slurf, but it's what we're experiencing is look, it was lower low, maybe a lower high. Oh, you got it, just small. It's hard, eh? Small when you start small, but actually you're thinking to yourself, damn, I should have just gone big and taken profit quickly. And then it's hard, you know, it's not easy. Trading's not easy. Yeah, it's not easy. Shorting is never, it really is one of the hardest things to do in trade. The people who say it's easy are idiots. It's not. Yeah, you're reversing yourself when you short. And it's not the same. Longing and shorting are not the same, because shorts are technically you're in it for a short time, whereas long you're in it for a long time. So with longs you have a little bit more time to think and plan and react, whereas with shorts you really have no time. You have to be quite fast with shorting. Much more profitable to short, but it's not as easy. And you know, like here, especially here, it's really hard to short. You're shorting into the lows, but that's the right place because you have an easy invalidation. And when it comes to, yeah, exactly, feels really wrong when you're so bullish on a coin to short. Yeah, I totally agree with you. I'm super bullish on Slurf. I think again, Slurf is one of those tokens that has a really interesting narrative, has a really interesting beginning. Yeah, memorable, very memorable. And I think in the see, the thing is, the problem with Slurf is it's married to Solana. Now I don't think it's a problem in the context of one bull run, which is already where already Solana is the token of, is like the token of the season. It's like, it's the one that everyone is paying attention to. So in the context of just one bull market, I don't think it's a problem. But in the wider context of crypto, I think that could be quite problematic for Slurf, because there's no reason to think that Solana is going to be the chain that dominates at the end. Yeah, even though in a short period of time it might be the flavor of the month or the flavor of the Bitcoin season. Last season it was Binance Coin. The previous season it was ETH and whatever. Last season it was layer 2s on ETH and Binance. Also Solana, but actually now Solana is the flavor of the month. But also you have like some other kind of layer 1s coming up, like there's lots of other ones. I don't know. What's that other one? Aptos, is it? And then you've got some other ones like Toncoin, and you've got some other layer 2s like Base and Optimism and Arbitrum. Maybe ETH is going to have a little bit of a revival. I don't necessarily think Solana is going to come out on top, and we don't know. Like the thing about crypto is that there's so much competition for this market, and ultimately it's all going to come down to performance and cost. I think the ones that perform the best are the ones that have the best value. And I know that Solana has been having some kind of failed transactions. So I don't know whether Solana is able to fix that in the long term. But certainly in the context of this bull market, I'm extremely bullish on Slurf. I do really think I'd like to see those lows taken. I'm just thinking about it. I think about it a lot. And I'd like to see Bitcoin go down to 53k. And then I think then I'll be looking to buy Slurf again. Don't know. It's a good time to buy now, but the problem with this daily candle now, you see this daily candle? You've closed underneath this level, this daily level. So that's bearish. So you, effectively what that means, the meaning behind that close is that there wasn't enough liquidity here for the price to react off that level. So if you see bullish reactions off daily levels, you're going to see an actual reaction. I'll show you. I have to find one first. Slurf doesn't have many. Probably this is the closest one I can get. This is a bullish reaction. See, there's a daily level there. The price comes down and you have a little bit of that's a reaction. And it's such a bullish reaction that it was front run as well. So it didn't even hit that level. When you have these daily levels and the price doesn't react like that, it just means there's no demand. That's the problem. And so you had the same kind of droopiness here. Look, you see this daily level here? You see how the price closed underneath it? Oops. You have exactly the same kind of behavior here. The price closed underneath it. This daily candle was a market sell. Clear the liquidity there, came back up, couldn't close higher, closed lower. Right now we haven't seen that behavior yet, but I'll be interested to see if you get that. And then this next candle, you had one last entry to short. It was a swing failure of the previous candle high. So I have to see how this plays out tomorrow and today and tomorrow. We might get one more good entry to actually short if this plays out similar to what I'm seeing here. You almost really what you want to see now is the price to go down and clear the liquidity from these lows, similar to this scenario here. Come up and close lower like that, forming like a red candle. That's similar to that. And then you have the next candle, one last push up, take the liquidity from the top, and you have a big push down. That would be easy to spot if that was to happen. So keep an eye on this kind of price action here, because it's in some ways it's quite similar. Look, down and down. Let's see, down, and could we get the same kind of behavior? It's interesting. It's something to bear in mind. Keep an eye on that. Just here, this can we're potentially here on the daily time frame, because we've lost that level and we're right now trading underneath it, and we ideally you want that liquidity to be taken now, ideally. And if not, then it might not be the same. Then we just have to see. That was WW3 that didn't, that one. WW3? World War 3? Was it? There's always a world war, you know, like every week there's a war. Having a little bit of a push here. Again, it's tricky because it's hard to short the lows without getting invalidated. It's a lot easier to long the lows, but you have to take profit. because you have to get the timing right. When you're short, and you might be right. You're like, I'm feeling bearish, so I'm thinking short, but I'm not. I would never short the lows. That's the problem. And we haven't even hit this value area low yet. We're kind of ranging here in this mini range. Let me see this range here. Yeah. I think what I'd be looking for, like just exactly what I said right now, just looking at it. You have it, you have this daily level. Right now, that's your line. Just keep that to mind. Yeah, that's your line. And what you really want is you want some higher time, slightly higher time frame, not the local time frame, some slightly higher time frame flip. Yeah, so you can see here that it here on the 1 hour time frame, you can see that the price has found it difficult to get through, and here it has acted as support, and here it's acted as resistance. You can see that the 1 hour time frame, that the daily level has been acting as support and resistance. Yeah, so to be invalidated, or at the very least to change in the short term for your bias to go back to bullish, what we really need is we need the price to go up and start finding support again, just like we did here. Yeah, and then you do need continuation. So this is what this was. This was a failure because it flipped the level, but it couldn't continue, and that's why they sold, because these people who are long just closed, right? And we need the same thing with continuation. So that's easily going to be your line of interest right now. Just keep an eye on that line. Yeah, a couple of 1 hour closes, back test. If you see that the price is holding, then you could think to yourself, okay, this could be good. Maybe a little bit of a market structure change as well. That's the high to beat, this one. That's a higher high. Sorry, that's a lower high. So you need lower low. What we need now is for the price to get back above that line, higher high. And actually, you do really want this daily level to hold as a higher low. That could be a speculative long. And then you want the market structure to change to take out that high. Yeah. You could still see that. It's always possible. So it's just, this is what you want to see. And ideally then, if you do create this kind of idea, you wouldn't really want the price to come back like that, like it did here. Yeah. Really what you'd want to see is continuation. Yeah. You'd want to see a little SR flip here. Didn't happen here. It kind of needed to SR flip to go up. Instead, what you got here was a swing failure for down. Here, you want to see not the same as these highs here. You want to see something different. So if you suddenly start seeing the price do that again, then again, even though your entry was good, the continuation was poor. Yeah, and so you have to bear that in mind. That you could get failed. You could get failed continuation. Let me have a look at Sol. We're saying have a look at Sol. Does Sol have the same daily level? Let me have a look quickly. Nope. has some kind of previous level here. Just mark it. No, doesn't have it. It has that one there. So let me just mark that out. Yeah. Came to the high there. See that? So that there is a daily level on Solana. They are very similar. Let me just draw this local range pool, see what it looks like. So that on Solana, the point of control is the daily level. Here it's the value area high. You haven't put in a lower low here. You put in a lower low here. This is the lower low. This is the lower high. Solana actually has a lot more work to do. Solana, you have to get above there. You have to go up there, put in a higher high. Come down here, put in some kind of higher low. Take out that high without failing to continue. That would be, yeah, something like that. That's how that, so that's how it would look like on Solana. It'd be very similar, but it would be the high on Solana is a little bit higher. So you'd have to basically get the Solana would have to go up to $149, then come back to about whatever 146 or so to continue going up, and you'd have to see the same kind of price behavior on Slurf. Very similar, actually. Looking at it, it's very similar. And again, this is only the 15-minute time frame. Yeah, when I'm looking at the higher time frames, I'm not seeing any bullishness at all whatsoever. Yeah, I'm looking at this now. Let's delete all this shit. This is the higher time frames, 12-hour. Got this green doji here. What was that on Solana? It was red candle. Then you had this drop. On Solana it was a green doji. And now you're having a little bit of a... It's not looking bullish at the moment. It's hard because people see green candles and they think it's bullish. But at the moment it's not. Because you can see that the highs are getting lower. Here, even here, the highs are getting lower. That's problem number one. Let's go to the 4-hour time frame. Yeah, highs are getting lower. And I'm not seeing a decrease in volume in the way the price is moving down either. The volume is giving me very bearish vibes. Of course, losing levels is also bearish. Look at the daily time frame. There's a bearish close on both of these charts. This one on Solana was really bearish, to be honest with you. Look, it closed lower than this wick. So pullbacks are normal after you get bearish candles, and it just gives the bears basically the pullbacks that you see when you get these bearish candles are take profit. So if someone is short, they'll wait for the candle to close, then they'll take profit. Then they'll wait for the next candle to close, then they'll start shorting again. So like it's almost like bears and bulls take turns. And obviously you can see here that Slurf is looking worse than Solana at the moment. Three-day candle. And you see the problem with Slurf is that 3-day candle, that green dragonfly doji, the next candle should have been green. Yeah, so you should have had for this to be a bullish reversal, you can't have a green doji followed by that candle. Yeah, that's the problem. This next one has to be green there for a kind of a reversal pattern. And so the candles are already telling you that this is looking bearish, kind of like this. So you with Solana, you had that green doji here. You had a buy up. So that was why people bought on Solana. You see that? You had that green candle. That was the entrance. It came down. It went all the way up. And obviously they sold into that. So while they was bullish to begin with, it didn't have follow through, because this red candle should have been green too. You should have had follow through of a green candle to reverse. This whole thing could have then become a reversal pattern. It would have looked nice. Instead, what happened was that people bought this green candle on the pullback looking for a reversal, but as the price expanded up there, the higher it got, the more profit they took. And obviously they took the profit on market and it pulled the price right back down. So it had a potential, but it ended bearish. Okay, that's the problem with that candle. It would have been more bearish if it took the liquidity, but the fact that it didn't take the liquidity suggests that there wasn't enough demand to push it higher. So in a sense, you could argue that this is more bearish. Both bearish ideas, and they both have similar meanings, but one is a higher taking the liquidity, one is not taking the liquidity. Not taking it is bearish because there's too much supply, not enough demand. Taking the liquidity is bearish because it means that someone who is long was not willing to hold for higher. They just took their profit into the squeeze. Different kind of idea, but pretty much the same meaning. So yeah, so it's looking pretty miserable, huh? Sorry. I hate to say it. It looks like Solana is a little bit more resilient than Slurf right now. And that's just probably due to the higher market cap. And obviously Solana has much more interest than Slurf. Like everyone who's involved in Solana will be buying Solana. Not everyone involved in Solana is going to be buying Slurf. And so naturally, you're going to have kind of less bullishness on Slurf. As you can see, it's less bullish. I wouldn't panic too much. Like, I know you've got a big spot position and you're thinking to yourself, what should I do? As long as you're not all in, as long as you got dry cheddar for the dips, you know, then you've got your initial position, whatever it is. You could just ride this out, just accumulate, see what happens. Or you could just be patient and just wait for that trend line break to happen, the one which we both looked at, this one. Just be patient and just wait for that and not really too worry about what happens afterwards. It's a hard one. I think if we were to lose this value area low, it'd be a lot easier to short. That would be a real sign of weakness. The problem with where the price is now is that it's into support. That's the problem. Yeah. While it looks like we've lost the daily level, which we have, we're into support. And the question at hand will be, which is stronger? Is the support stronger or that resistance, that flips stronger in terms of buying and selling and etc. I find it very difficult to sell into support because every time I do or have done, it never ends well. And so therefore, but the great thing about losing the support is you have this really impulsive green candle here all the way down to here, and it's very likely that if we lose support, we'll drop another 10% very quickly, and probably more. Probably it will drop down to here very quickly, 16% very quickly. I would not be surprised. It's just hard to imagine that right now because we haven't lost support. we're still on top of support. But to be clear, this is not bullish consolidation. Yeah, and the way you know, and so a lot of people don't understand how consolidation is. If you're in a downtrend, which we are in a bit of a downtrend, consolidation on top of support is bearish. Yeah, we came down once, we had the first reaction, and we're back again. So this whole idea is bearish. To be back at the same place after 9 days or so, it's bearish. We're back at the same place, and what you're doing now is consolidating on support in a downtrend is bearish. Yeah, what we're creating is bearish consolidation. It's just the price is giving people a chance to sell before it moves to the next kind of area. And so we're forming a lot of bearish consolidation now. The problem with support is that consolidation on support is there's also a very good entry if people are bullish, because you have a very tight amount. That's the biggest problem with selling on support. I mean, that's your trade plan really. I'm just making this up, but hypothetically, if that low doesn't get taken, no one really knows if it will or not. This one. Can you imagine if that low was it, that was the end? Like, no one really knows. Then this is literally the best place to buy. Whether it's the best time to buy, who knows? And you're in a very lucrative trade if that was the low. No one really knows how that's going to play out. Yeah, I'm not suggesting that this is going to happen. I just said no one knows. Yeah, and so the problem with support is even though you have bearish consolidation on support, effectively you're creating bearish volume, and with bearish market structure and bearish sentiment and bearish momentum, the price ends up dropping. Yeah, and that's what happens. But also, it is also the best place to buy. Now, I wouldn't buy this just simply because we've been here before. We were here before, we went up, and we're back here again. Like, for me, that's really bearish. The whole idea is bearish. Yeah, doesn't mean we can't go up. It just means that it's not a good place to buy unless we see sign of strength. And the first sign of strength would be to reclaim this lost level. At least then you have a really easy invalidation. But this is what you expect. What I'll be thinking now, I'm just thinking about it. I don't know how this is going to play out, but I just think that I wouldn't mind if we go down. And possibly the first SFP would be an entry for a breakout. If it would be a breakout trade, that's what your trade. That would be the trade. If there was a trade here, it would be a breakout trade. Take the low, the first pullback, and you short that. You have a really easy invalidation, and then you just have to take your profit somewhere here, and then no one really knows what's going to happen with down here with these breakout trades. If people do break out, they market sell, but they quickly market buy. They're just looking to quickly scalp that trade, and so sometimes you get really volatile price action when you get those kinds of breakouts. So this is some things to bear in mind. Let me quickly have a look at Bitcoin. It's gone up a bit. Yeah, it's kind of, what can I say? It's struggling, isn't it? It's not doing well. And effectively what's happening with Bitcoin is you've got moving averages. That see that, what is that, the EMA 21? It's that one, the 50. You've got these moving averages just hammering the price. Yeah, price is struggling to come. Where's the VWAP? So today the VWAP hasn't really done anything with the price. The price is kind of in and around the VWAP. So the VWAP hasn't really played a role in today's price action. All right, that's something to bear in mind. Let me quickly have a look at the order flow to see if I can see any kind of hints. See that. Nothing. No bearish absorption, no bullish absorption. Literally no hints here. I can see that the buying here, there was selling with increasing open interest. This is bearish, but then here you've got buying as well with increasing open interest. This is the longs closing. So it's effectively look, these longs bought and then they immediately closed. But then here there's some shorts entered. Overall, you see how the price is declining and the OI is going up. That generally means that you've got more shorts opening on this down move. And you see that's the first time we're getting a little bit of an incline in OI. And the price is coming down. Let me see this up here. Oh, actually, look, it has no. You see all of that? You see how the OI is going up? The price is descending. That just means that there are shorts entering the market, shorting the market. And so while up here, it was a little bit flat. From this point onwards, we've had lots of shorts entering the market. And I can't see that the shorts are closing. So it looks like it to me. It looks like to me that the sentiment is still quite bearish. Yeah. Effectively, what's happening is that people are just, and you have to bear this in mind. You see the OI is going up. You see the CVDs going down, and you see how the price is going down. These people who are shorting with market orders. It's very different to shorting with limit orders. They're actually pushing the price down. Yeah, they're literally pushing the price down. And the reason why they can do that is because no one is buying. That's literally what's happening. No one, they're overpowering the buyers, and it helps because what also happens is that the buyers are getting liquidated. You can see all these liquidation bubbles. The people who are buying are getting liquidated. So at the moment, the shorts are heavily in control, and the bears are just winning. They're winning the price. That's what's happening. Just have to see how this plays out. I don't know if I don't know how I could short this. Honestly, it's just too difficult. It's a gamble really to short this. You'd have to put your invalidation over this SR flip. Yeah, it'd be a lot easier to short with a swing failure, but effectively, I mean, it's always better to put your invalidation above some kind of structure, because your SR flip, the price could always easily go up and swing failure and go down. That's the problem. So I don't know how you'd be able to short that. But effectively, that's what you want to do. You want to take it down to here. All right. Look, you're even getting sell signals on this trading view. It says sell. Shit. What does it say on Slurf? Probably ultra sell. Sell. Look at the year to date. Minus 44%. Damn. Let me see what TRVL says. Hard to tell, huh? Oh, that's on. Oh, it's on the borderline of sell and neutral. Let's see what we look at. Moving averages, strong sell, oscillators sell. Look at that. Wow. It's quite in depth, huh? This trading view. Let me see that BTC one. I think they're all going to be quite bearish. Huh? See, look at Sol. Sol neutral. Huh? Oh, this is the market cap one. Let me have a look at the price. Neutral, neutral. Moving averages sell. Yeah, let's look at that. Momentum buy. MACD buy. Buy. What's the BTC chart on like? This one is buy, you see. So according to this trading view, it's better to buy Solana than Bitcoin. See, look, it's all buy. Buy. Everything's buy. Ton coin is usually a good one as well. Look at that, strong buy. Ton coin has been so bullish. It's shocking, really. I had this trade idea and it actually would have worked, except didn't get a back test. When I was looking at it, it was down here at $2. It's up at nearly $6 now. I was looking at this triangle breakout, and actually all of that was a good entry because, and my validation didn't hit down here, but it was just hard to enter. All right, guys. I don't know if that's been helpful. I'm not in a trade right now. Don't think I am. Don't know where my phone is. There it is. Look. How's it going? Welcome back, David. I haven't had lunch yet. Should probably go and have lunch. The weather is nice. Maybe I should go into the garden and just sunbathe. All right. Let me give you a little bit of update. I'm really bearish today, David, but I don't necessarily think the price is gonna go to zero. So shall I do like a roundup and then I can just edit the roundup and then I don't have to do long videos because I really waffled a lot. But then Gary's here is gonna go, oh, not another roundup. Can't be done. Can't we just get on with it? And go to zero. Okay, so I'm going to do a roundup now. I'll do it as quickly as possible. I don't know if that's possible. So we've been tracking this V-shaped recovery, and for people who weren't aware, this is what we were looking at. This is the V. It put in a higher high there, which is what we wanted to see. And then since we took that high, the price has been falling. Okay. In yesterday's stream, I wasn't content with the velocity of this descent. I thought it was a bit too sudden and a bit too steep. Yeah. And so therefore, I was a little bit concerned. And then a few days ago, I was saying I did create this plan about the short and some other. I said it was good to short all of this. I didn't realize that it would actually just fall down so much. But you know, that's the problem with crypto. It always overdoes what people expect. And so my original idea was some kind of flatter correction, and maybe some kind of 3 waves down, 3 drives idea, just coming down to the 382. Really nice gentle flat correction for bullish continuation. And so when it comes to V shapes, you've got different kinds of V shapes. You've got one where you break the neckline and you come back down to test, and then you've got obviously one where you have a less steep correction and you just kind of form this downward channel until you finally pop, because people are shorting. It's always good to short a V shape because that's what people do. They short until eventually you have a breakout, because then you have a massive short squeeze and then you have a pylon. And so the worst situation in my mind was to lose a trend line and to fall back underneath it. And effectively what you're doing is you're invalidating the V shape, and it becomes quite bearish when you start to attack the lows of the V again. It starts to look really bearish. A V shape is a very strong bullish reversal pattern, so you shouldn't really be falling back into the lows. It doesn't marry with the idea of what the V shape is, okay, which is a bullish reversal pattern. And here, you know, we had this head and shoulders pattern, and we came in to test it once, twice, and now we've just had a little bit of a mini sell-off. And the other thing is that when you look at the order flow on XO charts in this descent, you see how the price is descending and the OI is going up and the CVD is going down. It just means that there's a lot of shorts in this price action, and these people who are shorting with market orders. So they're market shorting, they're pushing the price down. There just isn't enough demand to withstand the onslaught of the shorts. Okay, so I can't see any bullishness right now in the way the price is falling, descending. Yeah, I'm not getting any kind of bullish vibes yet. And I think yesterday when I was looking to long, because I was looking to long, I saw that the price is coming back into this trend line here. Yeah, so I had this trend line mapped out. We had a break and I was looking for a test. I saw that it came back to test. And I also had this golden pocket. Where is it? There it is. It came back into this 382, not down here. It was coming back here. You see that? 382, back test here. effectively picking up some liquidity, which is what the price often does. It comes back to pick up some liquidity. I saw it was coming back into this value area low, which I had marked out. So there's a little bit of confluence there for a long. And I was thinking to myself, this would be a good place to now reverse the price action, you know, either go up or try and get back up at the very least. Yeah. What happened instead was the price came down to take the liquidity from here, went up and just failed. Basically, it failed. That means that people who longed took profit and people who were looking to short were just looking to short. They weren't too fast. They were just shorting the pumps. Okay. And as you can see, there was a breakdown to the next level. We lost this important value area low and we've come back in underneath this trend line. So we've literally lost the trend line too. So right now the price is trying to figure out what it wants, but for all intents and purposes, we've lost the trend line and we've lost that important 382 and value area low. We've lost that level, those levels. Okay, so in my mind, what I'm thinking is that if I'm looking to long, I'm looking to see strength, and right now, looking at the price action, strength would be a nice reclaim of this 382 and value area low, this level that we've lost. Yeah, we have to reclaim that level. We have to get back up there, come back test it for a long. That would be a sign of strength. That's the first sign of strength that I'm looking for. I'm not too fussed about this trend line at the moment, even though I can see that the price is trying to find resistance from it. It's the trend line in itself is not a line, it's more of a band, an area, and so you can imagine this trend line more like something like this. Yeah, so it's a little bit of a band. What I do want to see is the price to definitively get back above this 382 and value area low. That would be for me the first kind of sign of strength, and I would rather that happened with some kind of market structure change too. So I'm looking for a market structure change to confirm a sign of strength. I'm not just looking for the price to go up, I'm also looking for a market structure to change. So looking at this 15-minute time frame, we've put in a lower low, lower high here, lower low. We have to take out that high, find support. That would just be a speculative long on the back test of support to make a higher high here. That would be a confirmation of market structure change at the local time frame. Effectively though, even though you might speculatively take a long here, effectively what you'd be looking for is a market structure change, and then you'd be looking to take the first pullback into support, another support level. That would be the safest entry. But I'm looking for strength. I'm not just going to look willy-nilly hope that Bitcoin is going to go to the moon when clearly the price action is showing a lot of weakness. It's not difficult to wait to see strength. I don't need to rush in to buying to see strength. I just need to wait for strength to happen and then plan an entry on some kind of pullback with a small invalidation. So really that's what I'm waiting for. Until I see that, I'm not interested in longing unless it's a scalp on a swing failure. Swing failures are all easy longs, but you just have to take your profit very quickly. If you see a swing failure, you take the entrance, you have a really tight invalidation and just quickly take your profit. It's like a scalp. Okay, so this for me would be in the local time frame a sign of strength. And right now what I'm seeing is weakness. I'm seeing a lot of weakness. It all starts with the candle structures and the candle formation. So if I now hide all of my stuff and just focus on the candles and show you, I can show you what I'm talking about. Let's go to the 3-day candle. Yeah, the 3-day candle closed last night, and you can clearly see that the 3-day candle has taken the liquidity from the top, and it's closed underneath the previous 3-day 50% mark, and also the value area low of the previous 3 days, which I've already done analysis on. I don't need to redo it now. So I can clearly see that was a very bearish close, a rejection from the highs, and it's a bearish close. I wouldn't be surprised if the price goes down for more liquidity. Yeah, I'd be very surprised if the price suddenly reverses here, because for the price to reverse here, you need people to buy. It's not the place to buy. Yeah, the place to buy would be lower. You don't just buy willy-nilly in the middle of thin air. You're looking for areas of support. Okay, and so I can't really see that forming here. And that kind of idea, if you look at the rest of the way the price, the rest of the candles, the way they're forming, you see this weekly candle, this green dragonfly doji. It needs to be followed with a green candle. Yeah, this current week that we're in has to be a green candle. But I'm already seeing bearishness because we've already gone up. We've already taken the liquidity from the previous week high, and we're now trading below this weekly level. So already I'm seeing bearishness. There's no reason why we should have lost that weekly level if the price action was bullish. Okay, and so I'm seeing bearishness there. If I look at different time frames, I can see exactly the same things on different time frames. The same ideas are being replicated on all the higher time frames. This is the 2-day chart. We had a 2-day close, and look how poor it was. It closed lower than the previous 2-day low, and this next candle we're seeing a continuation candle, and effectively that reversal, that 2-day candle reversal, this green one follow that green one, was reverse, so that swing failure and a close lower. That was basically a bullish engulfing reversal candle that happened on the 2-day time frame, and all we're seeing now is continuation of that reversal. And effectively, I think there's no reason why the price shouldn't now head for the lows. That's kind of what I'm seeing in the way the candles are forming. You can just look at every single time frame. They're all saying the same thing, you know, nothing's really out of tune. Look at this 5-day candle. We had a really nice dragonfly doji increasing volume, but the next 5 days it's already gone up, taking liquidity from the highs. We're already trading lower than the previous 5-day candle low. You know, this is quite bearish. What we're experiencing here. This 5-day candle closes in 9 hours time. This 5-day candle, the one we're in now, which closes in 9 hours time, for this to be bullish, it has to close green, and it effectively has to close here, right up there. It has to close at about 66,000, because then you would have the beginning of this a formation of a reversal pattern on the 5-day candle time frame. Yeah, so this current candle now has to close at 66,000. Otherwise, this is looking to be some kind of failure, a bullish failure to continue to take the price higher. I'm seeing a lot of bearishness in the way these candles are forming. I can't see bullishness right now, and you're seeing that idea reflect on all the rest of the crypto. This is the 10-day candle. You see that that's potentially a reversal candle, this doji here, but this next 10 days again, which closes in 9 hours time, has to be green, and this 10-day candle at the very least has to close above the previous 10-day candle high, which is 67,000. So in 9 hours time, for this candle to start forming, this pattern to start being a reversal pattern, in 9 hours time the price has to close above $67,000. Otherwise, this is just a bearish continuation. This is extremely bearish because potentially you're closing underneath the previous candle low, and you've already cleared the liquidity from the lows. Extremely bearish price action. This is not bullish, this is bearish. So the candles are giving me all the bearish vibes, and I can't see anything that's giving me hope in bullishness right now. Okay, so that's kind of my overall view of the way the price is moving. It does kind of confirm or give a confirmation of this monthly. This monthly candle was really bearish too. The previous month, look, it closed lower than the previous month open. Effectively, that whole month of bullishness was completely reversed. Yeah, the whole ETF, all this kind of inflows was reversed. Yeah, And this current month, as you can see, the price has gone up all the way almost to 50% of the previous month body, and we've had a rejection. We're now back in the lows of this previous month candle. Yeah, this is not bullish. And what's interesting about this candle, the current month that we're in, is we went down first, took the liquidity to go up to get rejected. Yeah, so unfortunately the liquidity is all gone. There's no more liquidity. And so when people are thinking about bullishness, then how is really important, not just why, but how do we get up if all the liquidity in this overall range has been tapped? It's gone. All the order blocks are gone. All the lows, the liquidity has been taken. The only liquidity that's remaining left at the moment, if people are interested to know where is the liquidity, where are their orders, where is a good place to buy, the only liquidity that's left is this daily level, this brand new daily level that was formed about 5 days ago. Okay, that's the last remaining liquidity, and also possibly these lows here, this current low, and that's it. Okay, and the only people who would put liquidity here are anyone who's interested in probably scalping. Like, I don't think anyone who's a long-term position trader is going to be putting their orders on this candle here, not after seeing the price go up and go right back down like that. That's really bearish, isn't it? So you go from one V to another, it's really bearish. And it'd be even more bearish if it goes down and takes the liquidity there. This is really bearish. It's also really bearish because we'd be changing market structure. So one thing about the taking the lows was that we put in a lower low here, and if the price now decides to go all the way down and put in another low, then you've just confirmed a bearish market structure change on the daily time frame, which is really bearish. If that was to happen, it'd be really bearish. Doesn't mean the price is going to go to zero. It just means that we're now not looking for bullishness. We're looking for better. Like, the bias changes a little bit. Sometimes that can get you into trouble because you become bearish and you sell, and then the price goes up. And I'll explain why. At the same time, I'm also kind of considering Elliott waves. So I've done a full analysis on Elliott waves, and I've talked about Elliott waves in detail. Right now, I'm looking for a last C correction on this whole WXY idea. Effectively, from when we put in the 3 at 73,000 or so, that was the end of the 3. I was looking for a corrective move, and I'm basically counting it from highs to low, lows to highs. I'm not really kind of going in depth into each one of these movements. I'm just saying that's the high, that's the low, that's wave 1 or A, that's the low, that's the high, that's B, to the low C, to the high A, to the low B, to the high A, to the low B, A, to the high B, and now I'm looking for a C. Okay, that basically creates this idea, which is the WXY, which is a combination of ABC, ABC, A, B, C. One of the reasons why I was looking to sell here was because I was expecting a B. Yeah, it helped. It helped. Now, I didn't necessarily think I'd be looking at an aggressive deep C. I was potentially thinking maybe we can get a bit of a light C and the bull market can get going. Let's go up to 100,000. Let's not wait. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But the price action isn't supporting that idea at the moment, and so therefore I'm not thinking like that at the moment. I need to see strength, and then I can change my ideas about what I'm thinking. Right now I'm thinking potentially either a 1-to-1 or a little bit of an extended down move. Okay, so a 1-to-1 from this high to the WXY. Did that wrong? Use this one. A 1-to-1 will be just back here. That'd be very conservative. I think most people would enjoy that, actually, if it just came to there. I think it's weird if we go to there and don't go lower, but I mean, you know, let's see. At a little bit more extended, I'm actually thinking at the moment, unless things change and suddenly things change to bullish again, I'm actually thinking we change market structure, we go to bearish, and I don't know how long that's going to take. I don't know how that's going to play out. I'm just thinking we take out these lows right now. Then people start selling or shorting, because people then only really get bearish when you make new lows. And they push it all the way down to this extended, all the way down to like the 1.618, which is kind of a good place for people to buy, because it's coming back into a bit of liquidity down here, because you've cleared all the liquidity, so there's nothing left. So I don't necessarily think that these levels are going to offer any kind of significant support, maybe for scalpers, but they'll take their profit and the price will just drop again. And so therefore I'd be thinking down to here. Now this is interesting. So this is a real important area, because not only will potentially the C be ending, but this WXY will be ending too. So naturally, after a WXY, what are you looking for? You're looking for wave 1 of the next impulsive move. Okay, so the other thing that you could be looking for, and this is the other thing that it's just an idea, I don't know. You could be looking for another WXY and another WXY. Yeah, you could be looking for that too. So this area, the great interesting thing about this last correction is it's bullish. It's a bullish because when it ends, the bulls are looking for a wave 1 and the bears are looking for an A, the A of the W. So basically bulls and bears are buying. That's the great thing about this next move that's about to happen. We're going to have quite an impulsive move, because effectively bulls and bears will be buying at the same time. Yeah, there's a real nice correlation to the way these waves are forming, and this next one is going to be quite bullish. It's going to be bullish in the sense that it should be quite impulsive, and hopefully it'll be all the way down here, and then we'll be able to trap a lot of shorts, right? So this brings me to my next idea, this 5. So we are expecting an impulsive 5. The only really way to know if it's an impulsive move or a corrective move is when we count. And what we're looking to do is count 5 waves. 1, 3, and 5 will be impulsive. 2 and 4 will be corrective. But it could also end up as an ABC. You have to bear that in mind. Don't just think that just because it could be a 5, it can't be an ABC, because you could have this idea continue. This corrective move could continue for the whole summer. No one knows. No one can predict that. And this also could be A, B, C. Yeah. And while people are looking for 5, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, actually the bullishness extends only to the 1, 2, 3, to the ABC, the 3. So the most bullish wave here will be the third one, because it's the same idea. Bulls and bears will be buying at exactly the same time. All right. Then we have to see, because then we won't know. We won't know until we have the last wave, or whether we just go back down into some kind of corrective mode. A, B, C, same idea, exactly the same idea. A summer of discontent, where you just have lots of ABCs, and this correction continues. We have a continued correction. I think if the correction was to continue, I'm contemplating a zigzag. That would be the zig. I think this would probably be a lot less steep. if the correction continues, and then this would be a lot, this would probably be some kind of one-to-one taking us down like that, like a zigzag like that. If the correction continues, that's if the correction continues. We won't know. Basically lots of ABCs, and so therefore this ABC won't be as impulsive as people. We'll see because we won't be that impulsive. It'll still be like, you'd still want to be longing this wave, so to speak. This whole thing is an X, this whole thing is a W, this whole thing's a W, this whole thing's an X, this whole thing's a Y. The X is the one you'll be longing. So even whatever happens, we'll be longing this. Yeah, this whole thing was shorts. Shorts were winning this battle. It'll come to this point, this end, where it'll be better to long. It'll be more profitable to long. It might not go up like crazy, but in the idea will be either something like this, and then this is the only other idea that I can think of in the context of what I'm imagining, is that we actually have our next 5 wave impulse. And then there's 2 situations which I'm envisioning when it comes to a 5 wave impulse. We have a very weak impulsive wave. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking, do we see a really so this WXY completes this. There is no ABC here. We actually have 5 waves. Okay, but rather than it going to the moon like people are hoping and expecting, we actually go up to here. Five ways to the golden pocket. That's your 5 waves. That's complete. So your wave 3 is now complete. All the way from here to there. That's your wave 3. That's your 5 wave impulse, but everyone's been waiting for, just to go back up to the golden pocket. Maybe there's confluence there with some other level. I don't know. I'm just quickly do a volume pool to see. Maybe the point of control. One last push up to the point of control. Yeah, that's your last wave. And then we start seeing a much more prolonged correction, and that also I'll be expecting it to be quite deep as well. So if we do have we have to count, if we do have our 5 waves, then maybe then we have a prolonged correction for the summer, and it'll be quite a deep one. And I'll be looking for something like, again, it'll be better to short. Looking for a zigzag again. And while people are really bullish, I don't see why we don't go down to 31k in that situation. That's what I'll be looking for. This whole idea is still bullish. Yeah, this whole idea is still bullish. It just means that the correction is deeper, and then the wave 5 was a weak wave 5. Okay, so I'm not like saying this is going to happen. I'm just saying this is still bullish. It's still correct in terms of Elliott wave. Then you have one mega final wave 5, whatever. All right, that's kind of my overview. And until we get more info and more information in the future, obviously this all can change. And this is kind of like where I'm at right now. David is saying, have a look at the order flow. Big injection of white. Okay, so this is interesting. Could we be seeing a little bit of bullishness return to the market? That's exactly what you want to see. Yeah, when I talk about bullishness, this is what you want to see. You want to see increasing volume, increasing OI. See that? Pushing the price up. Look at the imbalances. Look at those imbalances. 1 million. Perfect. Look at that. That's big buys. Big buys. Someone is bullish. That's exactly what you want to see. So even though I'm like, that's what I was saying, it's really not a good idea to short right now, because it's at the wrong place to short. and you just want to see strength now. You want to see strength return to the market. You want to see the short squeeze a little bit, and then you want to see what happens. So you know, even though I'm bearish, so to speak, doesn't mean I'm going to short. You wait for that 382 to flip, David. There's no rush, is there? Be a good place for people to exit if they're trapped and they want to reevaluate their positions. If people are long and they're short, or whether they're trapped. Let me see how it's looking like on Slurf. Slurf is showing a little bit of strength, no? Slurf is an interesting one. It goes from weakness to strength to weakness to strength. Let's have a look at Slurf, because that's the one that we're keeping an eye on. Oh, look at that. Some buying at market. Yeah, you see, it's a hard one. Let's change market structure. Let's take out that high and let's find support, and let's change market structure. I think that's fine. There's no rush. I can't see a rush to join the party right now. It's hard because you're looking at the price go up and you're thinking to yourself, maybe I should buy. This could be a good place to buy. It could be a good place to buy. It's just maybe not the right time. The time would be to make a higher high, to come back down, find support, and then at least then you can buy on support. And you just need to see market structure change for confirmation of that idea. Otherwise, some people have bought, which is fine, but it's hard to know. Yeah, I mean, the price, looking at the order flow though, some shorts are closing now. Are there gaps? Let's see if there's any gaps. Look at that gap, huh? David, single print. And buy that. Single prints your invalidation. That would be speculative. That would be a speculative buy. Basically, you just don't want the price to come underneath those single prints that are formed. That's your support, basically. Those single prints. I'm not going to do it. I don't care. Tempted, but not going to do it. It could, I mean, I think someone in, who is it who said, is that a head and shoulders pattern? This would be the right place to buy if it is a head and shoulders pattern. Yeah, that's for sure. You just need follow through now. That's the single prints. Not interested. I don't think I'm interested. I might be wrong, but I'm not interested. I'm not seeing any divergences either. So that would indicate like real bearishness. I'm not seeing that either. There's really loads of time to long. Honestly, like people, there's no reason to FOMO at all. And I'm not really too bothered about this fluctuation. It looks strong, yeah, it looks quite strong. You've got a bit of injection. You've got some single prints form which can offer support. See, the price is coming back. It's struggling to come back because of these imbalances which are holding the price up. So unless you get people short, then you also have to bear in mind that these longs, if and when they get trapped, then you can get into a situation where they will sell. So as long as they're not trapped, at the moment they're not trapped. But if the price now suddenly does fall back, we just have to see. Like, no one really knows. Probably the VWAP is the best place to enter if someone is looking to long. I don't necessarily expect some kind of breakout, but you know, who knows. It's a bit weird, huh? Price. You'll attempt to short it. Right, what's your entry? Maybe this London session here, higher up. This one, no, this previous New York session here. 62300. That's probably the best place to short if you're looking to short, David. And look, you see how the price has come up? It's come into this single prints up here. That's all it's really doing. It's just filling these gaps. See how it's found resistance? It's on these single prints. Should have cleaned that up. Yeah. Either way, that session point of control there is pretty good. Yeah, I'm not crazy about. I just think the candles are telling me a different story, and I'm more interested in the higher time frame candles than some 5-minute local price action. Maybe I'm going to short too, to be honest with you. Who the hell is longing? Short that. Yeah, I'm not crazy about it. It's a good place to short on Slurf, huh? Daily level. You'd have to flip for it to open a little short on Slurf. Oh, I couldn't even do it. Couldn't even fill. Oh, it's filled. Either way, it's a good place. That's the flip. So whatever happens, it will have to come back to that level. It's a little bit premature, but have we made a higher high? No, we haven't. We haven't actually made a higher high here. Looks like we have. but we haven't. So let's see what happens. Already on Bybit, on BTC, we're coming back underneath these lows. That it's not looking amazing. Straight into resistance. We've put in a higher high, so that's the only thing that's come from this. Low high, low low. That's your higher high. Yeah, could be a bull trap. I think we'll know if we lose these single prints or not, whether it's a bull trap. So nothing really changes. Like when I'm looking at BTC, I still have the same idea. We had a poor 12-hour close here, and I want to see the rest of this candle fill all the way down to the bottom here. Really, I don't see why this candle doesn't fill. I don't see why this price action in this 12 hours is going to make any difference to my filling the rest of this candle. And I don't see how that changes anything when it comes to the higher time frame, when I'm looking at the 3-day chart or when I'm looking at the 2-day chart, and I'm seeing pretty much bearishness. Like, look at this, the 2-day chart closes in 8 hours and 40 minutes. It's not bullish really when you look at these candles. That was an engulfing reversal. This is just a continuation candle, and we'd have to have a really bullish close to change this around. And again, if you take those ideas and you expand them to the higher time frames, it's basically the same. It's a 5-day candle. That's a bearish candle, huh? Now, I'm not saying the next 5 days can't go up, but there's no reason why it's just going to go up. It's probably going to go down first at the very least to go up, probably. And so we just have to see how that plays out. Yeah. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, it's good to just have your invalidations and risk and then see what happens. Slurf is the one that we've been using to preempt the market. Slurf hasn't put in a higher high yet. So let's just see. If I suddenly see a change on Slurf, that's going to give me an indication. Yeah, so I'm just waiting to see what happens on Slurf. At the moment, Slurf is put in a lower low, seeing if it can come and take the high out. If not, maybe we go down. I don't know. We'll see. There's a little bit of fight. So obviously the bulls haven't given up. And maybe this is going to take a little bit longer than people maybe anticipated. I'm not like, I don't know. Is it looking like this, David? High or low? Here, look. High or low here? That's Slurf. Let's go back to BTC. Just down to the 50%. Is that right? It is the right place to buy, just FYI. On a V shape, like you don't want them to lose the 50% mark. This would be okay for bullish continuation. Could it be a bear trap? Could we be in a bear trap? You know, these are questions. I can't, it's not easy to know. A little bit of a poor close there on the 15-minute time frame. Increasing volume. Let's just see how that plays out. This is the first change, which is a higher high. So we'll know now in the next like hour or so what happens. Do we go for a higher low here for a higher high? Or do we lose the single prints and then just go right back down? And then obviously that trend line that I have in question, we're above it now, I think. Look, we're above it. Not sure how that plays out. It wasn't going to be easier. It's just not going to be that easy to go down if that's where we're going. I still think it's hard. It's a lot easier to go up if we reclaim levels. And so we're still not doing that just yet. Just not quite yet. How is Bitcoin dominance looking? It's BTC. Nothing really interesting. All right. I'm probably going to end the stream now. I've been doing it for a while. I need to have some lunch. Ooh, there you go. Look at that. What's that? Slav has just put in a higher high. Is that on HTX? Oh, okay. No, forget about HTX. That just shows you there's no liquidity and someone bought. Focus on Bybit. I mean, you want to flip that daily level, so let's just see how this plays out. If we can flip that daily level, yeah, maybe we can start thinking about a reversal. I don't know. It's quite weird. I bet you Daniel is posting, I told you so. I'm long. I think it's a bit weird. I think we need to go down. We haven't even tested the golden pocket. It's like front run it. Yeah, I think so. Shorts are closing now. Look at that. BTC. There's quite a large amount of imbalances, by the way. This is now it's starting to look a little bit better. Just have to wait for the pullback and see what happens. Could this be it? High, high. No, it's not really. There's not much interest in Slav. No. There it is. There it is. Slurf has just put in a higher high just now. So Bitcoin really is driving the price. Oof. Look at that. Yeah, you think you know it, you just don't know. It's I don't know what to say. All of a sudden it goes from bearish to bullish. It's normal though. So yeah, nothing's really changed. Wait for market structures to change. Let's see what happens. I think Slurf usually Slurf leads, but for some reason Bitcoin is leading. So I'm not sure what's going on. Look at this. I'm not in a short of Bitcoin. I told you it was a bad idea to short the lows. There's quite a lot of volume that's come into this buying, huh? Look, buy, 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 buy. It's quite a lot of volume in this buying here in Slurf. I wonder if someone is looking at Bitcoin and just copying it. It's amazing, huh? Yesterday was the place to buy. The price went down. Today it looks like we're losing levels and then the price goes up. Like Bitcoin is just fascinating. It literally does the opposite. Yeah, literally does the opposite. Now you people are thinking you're buying. It's going to go down. Be interested to see how this 12-hour closes. We've still got a long time to go, to be honest with you. And actually we're coming, like it's already quite, like if you think of how many more hours are to come in this 12-hour candle, if you think about the extension of this reversal, we're actually quite high up already. If you think about the 12-hour candle, It's quite a large amount of time. How much more is it going to, like, there's no need to rush into this candle because it's already overextended based on the timing of this candle. And in 4 hour, we have another 30 minutes left on this 4 hour candle. 30 minutes. Yeah, I'm not crazy convinced yet. I like this little back test though on this 382. Let's have a look at Slurf. I think Slurf is trying to figure out what he wants to do. I don't know. I can't tell. I can't tell. I'm not fond of buying into weakness. I want to see strength. I'm just trying to see if this is strength or not. We're back above the daily level. Just need to flip it. Oh, there's a little bit of shorting here now. Look, shorting. The Slurf is looking okay. I think the key is Slurf right now. I think it might be better to wait for confirmation, no? Like this is looking quite pumpy, but pumpiness always leads to dumpiness, you know? That's the problem. You can see people are buying now, huh? on Slurf. But what's the volume here? 265k, 500k. Bitcoin is pulling back. If you lose that 382, this is going down, huh? It'll come down quite fast. Right now it's above the 382. It's looking okay. Right now it's looking okay. Maybe you won't lose it. You have this really nice neckline here. That's basically your invalidation. If there's a long to be had, it's a really easy invalidation. Looking at Slurf, I mean, as long as Bitcoin doesn't lose the invalidation, I don't like these trades. I like planned trades. That's a really strong 4-hour bullish reversal pattern here, David, FYI. That. So let me see how that extrapolates to higher time frames. Again, the 6-hour is struggling at that candle there. How many minutes is left? 2 hours left. If we hold that trend line, I'm okay, yeah? I'm okay if we hold that trend line. Honestly. I don't mind that you lose it and reclaim it at all. I'm not really worried about that. I just wish that this is the 12-hour. Could we get a reversal here? That would be okay, huh? I think that would be okay. If we now start seeing a reversal, I have literally no problem with that. Right now, the daily time frame is looking good. We're back into daily open effectively. So a lot of people are longing now into daily open. It's never a good idea to long into daily open, is it? Right. No trades to be had. Let's just have a see. Let's just see what happens. Right. I'm gonna stop my stream. I hope I don't want it to go down, but if it's bearish, it's bearish. There's nothing you can do about it. What's this here? This is low. This is bearish. The first bearish divergence is here. Look, David. Higher CVD, lower prices. Look at that absorption. I mean, why? Because we're into the freaking daily open. That's why. Right. I think I'm gonna end the stream. That's the first clue. A little bit of bearish absorption here, and let's just see how that plays out, because if the market buying exhausts, you know, like, I don't think anyone's going to be looking to buy into, oh, we're above daily open. That's previous day open, I guess. PD open. We're above. Is that the point of control as well? Looks like that's the point of control. Yeah. Seeing a little bit of bearish divergence here. A lot of volume came into the highs here. Let's just see how that plays out. I'm not crazy enthusiastic about the price action, honestly, as a bull. But, you know, let's see. Who knows? You never know. If it goes up, it goes up. And you do. You probably want like another. Yeah, that's daily open down there. This is like the previous day open. You've reversed almost to the top of the candle. I mean, for all intents and purposes, that's quite bullish. You don't necessarily want to see a reaction off the top. We have to see how this closes. It's just too far in. It's like time. We just have to see what happens. Can't tell. Let's see. Well, I'm in a short. Let's see if that plays out. Shorting Slurf. All right, David, I'm going to end my stream. I'll chat to you later or tomorrow.